Although everyone uses these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. When I first moved into my new apartment, it felt like a fresh start. I was excited but also nervous. The apartment was small, cozy, and tucked away in an old building on the edge of town. I had been searching for something affordable and quiet, and this place seemed perfect. The old wood floors creaked underfoot, and the walls were thin, but the charm of the space made it feel like home. I was eager to settle in and start unpacking. For the first few days, everything was quiet. There were no odd noises at night. No flickering lights, just the sound of my footsteps echoing in the empty rooms. I made a routine for myself, moving furniture around, hanging up pictures, and even cooking my first meal in the tiny kitchen. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. Yet, despite the peacefulness, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was an underlying unease I couldn't shake. It was on the fourth day that I discovered something strange. I was cleaning the floorboards in the living room when my mop hit something hard beneath the wood. At first, I thought it was just a piece of debris, but the sound it made was different, hollow, like something was hidden underneath. Curiosity got the better of me, and I knelt down, examining the area more closely. With some effort, I pried up a loose plank, revealing a small, dusty compartment underneath. Inside, I found an old, folded piece of paper. It was yellowed with age and fragile, as though it had been there for decades. My heart raced a little as I unfolded it carefully, my mind racing with questions. The handwriting was uneven, but legible, and the note read, "I don't trust anyone in this building. They are watching you." I froze, my eyes scanning the note again, trying to make sense of it. Who wrote this? Why was it hidden in my apartment? My first thought was to dismiss it as some prank or leftover from a previous tenant, but the more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Why go through the trouble of hiding it like this? The words lingered in my mind, especially the final phrase, "They are watching you." After a long pause, I decided to do what any rational person would do: ignore it. I shoved the note back into the compartment, sealed the floorboard, and continued with my day. But the sense of unease that had been quietly gnawing at me seemed to grow stronger. Every time I sat in the living room, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The shadows seemed deeper, the creaks of the building louder. That evening, as I sat on the couch, I heard something strange: footsteps above me. The apartment building was old, but the floors creaked with a certain rhythm that made it clear someone was walking around in the unit above mine. I'd never met the neighbor upstairs, but I assumed they were just moving around like anyone else. Still, the sound felt too deliberate, too slow, as if they were pacing back and forth, back and forth. I tried to dismiss it, but the footsteps continued, growing louder, closer, as though someone was directly above me. I stood up, my breath catching in my throat. I walked over to the window and peered out, but there was no one in sight. I looked up at the dark windows of the building above mine. No movement, just darkness. The next day, I decided to investigate the source of the sounds. I went up to the unit above mine, knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I tried the doorbell again, still nothing. A sense of dread began to creep up my spine. The idea of confronting the person upstairs felt foolish, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Later that night, I heard the footsteps again, and this time they were accompanied by a low, unsettling scratching sound. It came from the walls. The sound was distant but unmistakable, like something or someone was trying to scrape its way through the plaster. My pulse quickened as I sat in my darkened apartment, listening to the noises that seemed to grow closer with each passing minute. I decided to get to the bottom of it. I ventured back into the living room, lifted the floorboard again, and retrieved the note. I read it over and over, but still I couldn't make sense of it. What did it mean? And why was it hidden in my apartment? Was the note some kind of warning, or was it a trick of my imagination? The next morning I spoke to the landlord, hoping to get some insight into the building's history. He was an older man with a gruff voice and a thick accent. When I mentioned the strange noises and the note I had found, his face hardened for a brief moment. He didn't say much, just that the building had been around for a long time and that the previous tenants had moved out in a hurry. That only made me more suspicious. As the days went on, I became more paranoid. The footsteps continued, but now they weren't limited to the unit above me. I heard them coming from the walls, the floors, and the hallway outside my door. I could hear whispers at night, faint voices speaking just beyond my reach. I tried to tell myself it was just the building settling, the old wood creaking. But deep down, I knew something else was happening, something I couldn't explain. The note had warned me about someone watching me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was true. Every day, the atmosphere in the apartment grew heavier, more suffocating. I couldn't tell if it was my imagination running wild, or if the apartment itself was alive with something sinister. But I knew one thing for sure: I was no longer alone. Story 2. When I moved into the small, quiet neighborhood, I was relieved. After years of living in the chaos of the city, this place felt like an escape. The tree-lined streets, the old houses, and the sense of peace were everything I had been craving. At first, it seemed like the perfect place to start fresh. I unpacked my boxes with excitement, hopeful that this new chapter would bring me a sense of calm and stability. The first letter arrived about a week after I had settled in. It was tucked into the mailbox, folded carefully, and sealed with a wax stamp. The handwriting was elegant and looping, the ink slightly smudged as though it had been written in haste. I opened it, expecting a warm greeting or perhaps a neighborly note, but instead, it was a strange message, cryptic yet oddly familiar. "I see you," it read simply, "and I know what you did." I couldn't make sense of it at first. There were no names or details that would explain who might be behind it. I considered that it could have been some sort of prank, perhaps the kind of harmless fun one might expect in a small town. But something about it made me uneasy. The letter felt too personal, as though the writer was aware of things that no one in the neighborhood could possibly know about me. The second letter came 2 days later. This time the paper was thicker, and the handwriting was more deliberate, as if the person had taken their time. "I've seen you at night," it said. "I know where you go, and I know what you think of when you're alone." My heart skipped a beat. I didn't understand how anyone could know these things. I had kept to myself, rarely venturing out at night except for a late walk or to grab something from the store. But I certainly hadn't shared any of my personal thoughts or habits with anyone in the neighborhood. I tried to convince myself that it was all a coincidence. Maybe it was just someone with too much time on their hands, someone who had nothing better to do than mess with the new neighbor. But the letters kept coming. Every few days, a new one appeared in my mailbox. They all carried the same unsettling tone, as if they were written by someone who had been watching me for a long time. The third letter was the most disturbing of all. "I know what you did last summer," it began. "The things you think you've left behind are still with you, and I will remind you of them." I had no idea how to react. I hadn't done anything wrong, at least nothing that anyone could hold against me. The letter seemed to suggest something sinister, as though the person knew secrets I had long buried. It felt like the past was suddenly creeping up on me, dragging with it shadows I didn't want to confront. I couldn't shake the feeling that the writer wasn't just some random person. They were someone who had been following me, tracking my movements in this quiet little town. I considered calling the police, but each letter seemed so cryptic, so vague, that I wasn't sure there was anything they could do. The writer never made any explicit threats, never mentioned anything that would be legally actionable. They simply knew things, small details about my routine, my thoughts, things that no one in a new neighborhood should have access to. It was as if they had been living inside my head, seeing everything I saw, feeling everything I felt. Days passed, and the letters continued, each one more unsettling than the last. In one, the writer described the exact position I had left a chair in my living room the night before. Another detailed a conversation I had with a friend over coffee, things I hadn't realized anyone had overheard. It was clear now that this wasn't just an idle neighbor playing games, it was something much more dangerous. Someone was watching me, and they were paying attention to the smallest details of my life. The anxiety that had been building in me since the first letter arrived began to grow into something more tangible. I found myself looking over my shoulder when I went outside, checking my windows at night to make sure no one was lurking in the shadows. It felt like I was living in a constant state of paranoia. Every time the wind rustled the trees outside, every creak of the house in the dead of night, I would freeze, heart pounding, certain that someone was standing just beyond my line of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Then one evening I came home to find a letter waiting for me at my doorstep. This one was different though. The handwriting was unmistakable, it was my own. My heart raced as I picked it up, my hands trembling. As I read it, my stomach dropped. "I know you're scared," it began. "You don't have to pretend anymore. You've been hiding from yourself, but I know the truth. You can't outrun your past. You can't escape who you really are." The words seemed to blur on the page as I read them again and again. How was this possible? How could someone have written this in my own hand? I didn't remember writing it, nor did I recognize the paper it was written on. It felt like I was trapped in some kind of nightmare, one where every time I thought I had a grip on reality, it slipped further from my reach. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Had I written these letters myself? Was I so consumed by fear and isolation that I had forgotten doing it? I needed answers. I couldn't live in this constant state of terror. I decided to confront my neighbors, to ask if anyone had seen anything unusual, anything that might explain the strange letters. But when I spoke to them, no one seemed to know anything. They all smiled politely, wished me well, but none of them seemed to be aware of anything out of the ordinary. The town was as quiet and unassuming as ever. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get worse, another letter arrived. It was a single, simple line, "I'm closer than you think." Story 3. The night shift was always a strange time in the hospital, a liminal space between the chaos of the day and the stillness of the early morning hours. I was a night shift nurse tasked with ensuring that everything ran smoothly during those quiet hours. Most of the time it was a blur, routine checks, administering medication and making sure patients were comfortable. But there was always a sense of unease in the back of my mind, the feeling that something was always just out of reach, something unseen in the shadows. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed something was off with Mr. Harris, one of my regular patients. He was an elderly man in his late 80s who had been suffering from multiple chronic conditions. He had been in and out of the hospital for months, and I'd grown accustomed to his frail body and quiet demeanor. But tonight he seemed even more still than usual. His skin had taken on an unnaturally pale hue, and there was a strange, almost waxy texture to it. I approached his bed, leaning in closer to check his vitals. His chest was still, his heart rate absent from the machine, and the beeping of his monitor had stopped. For a moment, I thought the monitor had malfunctioned. I quickly adjusted the settings, rechecked the leads, and even slapped the side of the machine out of habit, hoping it would fix the issue. But there was no change. I felt a sinking sensation in the pit of my stomach as I turned my attention back to Mr. Harris. His eyes were half open, glazed over, and his body was cold to the touch. He didn't look like he was simply sleeping. He looked like he had been lying there for a long time. I glanced at the chart at the foot of his bed, hoping to find some explanation for the odd situation. The notes indicated that Mr. Harris had been admitted several days ago for a respiratory infection. His condition had been stable with no reports of any major issues in the last 48 hours, but there was nothing to suggest that he had passed away. The chart made no mention of it, nor had anyone told me about his death. Confused, I quickly checked his room for any signs that something had been missed, a sheet pulled up to cover him, an IV drip still hanging, or maybe a note from another nurse, but everything seemed routine. I pressed the call button to notify the charge nurse, but when I picked up the phone, there was a strange static on the line. The voice on the other end sounded distant, almost muffled, as though I was hearing the conversation through a long tunnel. "Everything all right?" she asked, and I found myself hesitating before responding. How could it be all right when I was standing in front of a body that no one seemed to have noticed was dead? "I need you to come to room 214, I said, my voice trembling. Something's not right. The silence on the other end was unsettling. "What's going on?" she asked after a beat, her tone suddenly sharper. I explained as clearly as I could, telling her that Mr. Harris was unresponsive, cold, and seemed to have been dead for some time. There was another long pause before she replied, "That's strange. I'll be right there." Minutes felt like hours as I stood next to the bed, staring at the lifeless body. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was somehow intruding, as though I had broken some unwritten rule by noticing the truth before anyone else. My mind raced through the possibilities. Had Mr. Harris passed away in his sleep, and no one had bothered to check him? Was it possible that the staff had somehow missed something so obvious? It didn't make sense. This kind of oversight shouldn't happen in a hospital, not with all the protocols and procedures in place. When the charge nurse arrived, she looked at Mr. Harris and then back at me, her expression unreadable. She walked over to his bedside and gently placed 2 fingers on his wrist, checking for a pulse. I watched her face as the seconds ticked by, and then she sighed deeply. "You're right," she said, her voice soft, almost regretful. "He's been gone for days." I could feel the weight of her words settle between us like a heavy curtain, and the silence in the room became suffocating. We didn't speak for a moment, both of us standing there, as if trying to process what had happened. It was hard to reconcile the image of Mr. Harris, his frail, lifeless body, with the world outside the room, where everyone was still moving on as if nothing had changed. How had no one noticed? How had no one come to check on him, despite his condition being so precarious just days before? The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. He had likely died in the early hours of the previous shift, and no one had bothered to update his chart or notify anyone else. The charge nurse left briefly to inform the attending physician and the hospital's administration. I was left alone in the room with Mr. Harris, the dim light from the hallway spilling across the floor like a warning. My mind was spinning as I tried to make sense of everything. Was this negligence, or just a symptom of the overwhelming workload that came with being understaffed and overworked? I couldn't say for certain, but the fact that no one had noticed made it feel all the more damning. In the end, there were no grand explanations, no dramatic moments where someone took responsibility for the oversight. The body was taken away, and a new set of protocols was put in place to prevent such a mistake from happening again. But the questions remained in my mind long after I left the hospital that morning. How many other patients had slipped through the cracks without anyone noticing? How many had died in silence, their deaths unnoticed, unrecorded. As the days passed, I couldn't help but wonder how much we, as a healthcare system, had failed Mr. Harris and countless others like him. Story 4. It was early in the afternoon when I set out for my solo hike, the forest welcoming me with a cool breeze that swept through the trees. I had been planning this trip for months, a few days of solitude to reconnect with nature and clear my mind. The trail I was following was familiar, yet there was something different about today, an energy in the air that seemed to hint at something beyond the ordinary. As I walked, the sun filtered through the canopy, casting shadows that danced across the forest floor, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of calm wash over me. The path meandered through thick underbrush, the earth soft and springy beneath my boots. I had come across this trail before, but today there was an odd sense of quiet, as if the usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves were being muffled by some invisible force. My thoughts drifted, but something in the back of my mind kept urging me to keep moving forward, as though there was a destination I was meant to reach. The air seemed to grow thicker the deeper I went into the woods, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn somewhere, almost as if the forest itself was guiding me. After about an hour of walking, I reached a small clearing that I didn't recognize. It was nestled between two hills, hidden away from the main trail, with the trees forming a protective ring around it. The ground was covered in soft moss, and a small stream bubbled gently nearby, its sound adding to the sense of peace that enveloped the place. I paused for a moment, considering whether I should continue on or take a rest here. Something about the clearing felt inviting, like it had been waiting for me. Curiosity won out, and I decided to explore the area a bit more. I wandered around the edges of the clearing, inspecting the foliage and listening to the soothing gurgle of the stream. As I moved closer to the center, something caught my eye, a large, ancient-looking tree with thick, gnarled roots that stretched out like fingers across the ground. It was unlike any tree I had seen before in this part of the forest, with bark that seemed to shimmer faintly in the light. As I approached it, I noticed something even stranger, a carving in the trunk of the tree. I stepped closer, my heart racing a little with the sense of discovery. The carving was crude, yet deliberate, as if it had been etched with care many years ago. It was my name, my full name, in the exact handwriting I recognized as my own. I froze. There was no way it could be a coincidence. I had never been to this part of the forest before, and I certainly hadn't carved my name into any trees. I reached out slowly, my fingers grazing the rough surface of the bark, feeling the strange chill that seemed to emanate from it. I stepped back, trying to process what I was seeing. My mind raced through 1,000 possible explanations, but none of them made sense. Had someone else been here before, and if so, how could they have known my name? The carving was old, worn by the weather, but still distinct enough to be clear. I ran my hand over the letters, feeling a strange connection to them, as if the tree itself was somehow alive with energy, calling me to it. It was a moment of stillness, and for a brief instant, I felt an eerie sense of familiarity with the place, like I had been here before, or was always meant to come here. I looked around the clearing again, searching for any sign of who might have been here before me. There was nothing, no abandoned campsite, no footprints, no signs of any other person for miles. The forest seemed to hold its breath as I stood there, contemplating the strange coincidence. The air felt heavier now, as if the weight of the carving had altered the space somehow. I tried to shake off the sense of unease creeping up my spine, telling myself that it was just a strange coincidence, a trick of my mind. But then, a rustling sound broke through the silence, and I spun around, expecting to see someone. My heart pounded in my chest, and I instinctively reached for the small knife I kept in my pack. The rustling continued, but it didn't seem to be coming from any particular direction. It was as if the forest itself was whispering, alive with energy, urging me to leave or to stay. I couldn't tell which. I stood frozen for a moment, eyes scanning the dense trees surrounding the clearing, but there was nothing. Eventually, I decided to make camp. I found a spot by the stream and set up my tent, trying to push aside the lingering sense of unease. As night fell, the sounds of the forest grew louder, the chorus of insects and nocturnal animals filling the air. I built a small fire, its crackling flames offering warmth and light against the encroaching darkness. Yet, as I sat there, I couldn't shake the image of the tree in the carving. It gnawed at me, twisting my thoughts, and I couldn't help but feel that I wasn't alone in the woods. Sleep was restless that night. I awoke several times, feeling the presence of something just beyond the edge of my camp, watching me, though every time I looked around, there was nothing. The fire had burned low, casting long, flickering shadows across the clearing. I had never felt so exposed, so vulnerable, in all my years of hiking. The silence was profound, and yet it felt oppressive, as if something was waiting for me to make the next move. The next morning I woke early, eager to leave the strange campsite behind. I packed my things quickly, casting one last glance at the tree before I began my hike back to the main trail. As I walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had changed me, that it had imparted something important, something that would stay with me forever. The clearing, the tree, the carving of my name, they felt like signs, like whispers from the past or from some other world. I would never forget that moment, the day I found a hidden campsite with my name carved into a tree. Story 5. I had been out all afternoon, running errands and meeting with friends, so when I walked into my apartment, I didn't expect anything unusual. The door creaked slightly as I turned the key and stepped inside, the familiar scent of my place welcoming me. The dim light of the late afternoon filtered through the windows, casting long shadows across the floor. I paused for a moment, sensing something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It wasn't until I stepped further into the living room that I realized what was wrong. All of my furniture was rearranged. The sofa, which had always been against the far wall, was now placed at an odd angle in the middle of the room. The coffee table was no longer where I left it, now positioned near the window. The chairs, once neatly aligned around the table, were scattered across the room as if someone had been trying to create a new layout, but with no particular plan. A sense of unease crept up my spine as I moved through the room. I hadn't invited anyone over, and I definitely hadn't made any plans to rearrange my apartment. For a brief moment, I considered the possibility that I had simply forgotten that I had done it myself, but that didn't sit right. I distinctly remembered leaving everything in its usual place. My heart began to race as I started to think about the last few weeks, times when I had been out for a long stretch of time, like when I was traveling or away for a few days. Had someone else been here while I was gone? I glanced toward the kitchen, half expecting to see something even more bizarre, but the room appeared unchanged. There were no signs of intrusion, no broken windows or items out of place. The only thing that seemed truly off was the living room itself. My first instinct was to call someone, maybe a friend or family member, but I didn't want to sound paranoid. No one had a key to my apartment except for me. Still, I felt a tight knot of uncertainty in my stomach. I took a few cautious steps into the kitchen, scanning the counters and table to see if anything was missing. My phone was on the counter where I had left it earlier, and my coffee mug sat exactly where I always placed it after using it. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. The rearranged furniture wasn't a minor thing, it was deliberate. Someone had moved it all, and that someone wasn't me. I went back to the living room, feeling a growing sense of dread. The more I looked at the furniture, the more I noticed subtle details that made me uncomfortable. The couch cushions were slightly out of place, as if someone had been lounging there recently. The lamp on the end table was turned at an odd angle, as though it had been adjusted after the furniture was moved. I couldn't explain it, but it all seemed so wrong, like someone had been living in my space without my permission. I sat down on the floor, trying to calm myself, and took a few deep breaths. Maybe it was just a prank, I told myself. Maybe someone had come in while I was out, moved my furniture around, and then left without touching anything else. I ran through a list of friends or acquaintances who might have been behind such a thing, but none of their names seemed to fit the scenario. No one had a motive to do something like this, and none of them had mentioned anything about my apartment. I was on my own here. There. A loud thump from the direction of my bedroom startled me. My heart skipped a beat, and I stood up, my legs feeling shaky. I didn't want to investigate, but I also couldn't ignore the sound. Slowly, I made my way down the hallway, my footsteps eerily quiet on the hardwood floor. My bedroom door was slightly ajar, just as I had left it. I hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open, expecting to see something unsettling. Inside, everything appeared normal at first glance, but as I stepped into the room, I saw it. The small object, an old family heirloom, was sitting on my bedside table, its placement slightly off from where I had last seen it. I didn't remember touching it recently, nor did I recall moving it at any point. It was a trivial thing, something I rarely paid attention to, but the sight of it there, out of place, made my stomach churn. Someone had been in here. Someone had been rifling through my things. My thoughts began to spiral. What was happening? How had this person gained access to my apartment? Was there something I was missing? I checked the locks on the windows and doors, double-checking their security. All seemed fine, and yet I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was terribly wrong. My pulse quickened as I walked back to the living room, where the rearranged furniture now felt even more oppressive. I picked up my phone and called a close friend, explaining the situation in a hurried, breathless voice. They suggested that I call the police, but part of me hesitated. There was no clear evidence of a break-in. There were no signs of forced entry. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me after a long day. But even as I said the words, I knew deep down that something didn't add up. After a long pause, my friend finally spoke, their voice filled with concern. "You said you live alone, right? No one's ever been in your apartment when you weren't home?" I nodded, though they couldn't see me. "Maybe you should check again. Carefully." Taking a deep breath, I ended the call and turned to face the room once more. This time I would look more closely. I would pay attention to every detail, to every subtle thing that didn't belong. As I walked around the living room once again, my gaze fell on the floor near the entrance. There, almost hidden under the edge of the couch, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. I bent down to pick it up, unfolding it slowly. On it was a single handwritten message, "I see you." I froze. The air in the room seemed to thicken, and a chill ran through me. Story 6. I had agreed to house sit for my friend Claire when she and her family went on vacation for 2 weeks. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to get away from my own apartment for a while, and I was looking forward to a few days of solitude. Claire had always been meticulous about keeping her house in pristine condition, and I figured it would be a relaxing and uneventful experience. But from the moment I stepped inside, something felt off. The house was beautiful, as always, neat and organized, with fresh flowers in the entryway, soft sunlight filtering through the windows. Still, a strange weight hung in the air, something I couldn't quite place. It wasn't the house itself, but rather the feeling of being watched, as if there were eyes on me even when I was alone. At first, I shrugged it off as nerves, reminding myself I had been in this house countless times before, but as I moved further inside, that strange tension only grew. I wandered through the kitchen, the living room, and the dining area, all of which felt oddly unfamiliar despite the fact that I had spent plenty of time here before. I checked the pantry for snacks, realizing too late how much quieter the house felt without Claire's presence. No chatter or music, just the sound of my own footsteps echoing in the hollow spaces. The silence felt like it was pressing down on me. Even the house itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something, though I wasn't sure what. When I wandered down the hallway toward the back of the house, my eyes landed on a door I had never really noticed before. It was smaller than the others, tucked between the laundry room and a guest bathroom, and it stood slightly ajar. I thought little of it at first, but then I saw the thick, rusted lock on the door's handle. It was odd because, as far as I knew, there wasn't any reason for that door to be locked. Claire had never mentioned anything about it, nor had I ever seen the door open before. Curiosity gnawed at me. I knew it was none of my business, but something about that locked door piqued my interest. It wasn't like me to get obsessed over small details, but in that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to know what was behind it. I tried the handle, but of course it didn't budge. I stood there for a while, wondering whether it was just an old storage room or something more sinister. The feeling of unease only grew the longer I stared at the door, almost as if I could sense a presence on the other side, waiting for me to open it. I quickly pulled myself away and tried to focus on something else. The last thing I wanted was to start imagining things in a house that was perfectly normal. But the door stayed on my mind, as though it had planted some seed of doubt in my thoughts. I busied myself with settling in, checking the windows and making sure the house was secure. Still, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Later that evening, as darkness settled outside, the house seemed to change in tone. The silence deepened, and I felt that same sense of being observed return, only this time it felt sharper. It was as though the walls themselves were holding secrets, and the house was waiting for something to happen. I decided to distract myself with a movie, but even the flickering light of the TV didn't soothe me. My eyes kept drifting to the hallway where the door was, and every time I glanced that way, I felt a shiver run down my spine. By the time the movie ended, I was restless. I couldn't ignore the locked door anymore, and against my better judgment, I found myself standing in front of it once more. This time I was determined to at least satisfy my curiosity. There was no reason for me to be afraid, I told myself. Maybe it was just an old closet or storage space. But my hands shook as I grasped the handle again, and my heart raced. I tugged at the lock, but the old mechanism didn't give way. It felt unusually stiff, almost as if it had been used very recently, which was strange because I hadn't seen anyone come near it. I stepped back and took a deep breath. My instinct told me to stop, to leave it alone, but something deeper, something far more compelling, pushed me forward. There was a reason that door was locked, and I needed to know why. After several minutes of indecision, I retrieved a set of small tools from the kitchen drawer. I wasn't exactly skilled at lockpicking, but I had seen enough movies to think I might give it a try. As I worked, I felt the weight of the house pressing down on me, the silence broken only by the faint sound of my efforts. The lock clicked open with an unexpected ease, and I almost gasped in surprise. It was as if the door had been waiting for me to unlock it, eager for whatever was inside to be revealed. With trembling hands, I pushed the door open. What I found on the other side wasn't what I expected. The room was small, its air thick with dust. But the strangest thing wasn't the room itself. It was the strange, faded markings on the walls. They looked like symbols carved into the wood with care, some of them faint, others more prominent. The air in the room felt colder, and a chill ran up my spine as I stepped inside. I should have left then, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. The symbols on the walls seemed to be pulling me in, urging me to stay, to uncover whatever secrets had been hidden here. As I examined the markings closer, I realized that there were other items scattered around the room: old photographs, a dusty journal, and a small wooden box. My heart skipped a beat when I picked up the journal, flipping through its brittle pages. The writing was barely legible, but what I could make out was disturbing. It was clear now that I had stumbled onto something much darker than I could have imagined. This was no ordinary storage room. This was a place meant to keep something hidden, something forgotten. And I was beginning to fear that whatever had been locked away for so long was never meant to be found again. Story 7. I never expected to be a private investigator. The job had always seemed a little too risky, too unpredictable for someone like me. But after losing my previous job at the insurance agency, I needed something that could pay the bills. A former colleague had recommended the position, and the idea of solving mysteries, of uncovering hidden truths, appealed to a side of me I hadn't known was there. It wasn't glamorous, but it was work, and at the time that was all I needed. The first few weeks were uneventful. Most of the cases were simple missing pets, suspicious spouses, a few thefts. Nothing that would make me lose sleep at night. My office was small and cramped, barely big enough for the desk, a filing cabinet, and my thoughts. I spent most of my time going through old files or tailing people for a few days, hoping to catch something out of place. It wasn't exciting, but it paid. That was all that mattered. Then came the phone call that changed everything. A woman, her voice shaky and filled with urgency, asked if I could take on a personal case. She didn't give her name right away, just said she had a problem she needed solving. She sounded desperate, so I agreed to meet with her. When I showed up at the small cafe she had mentioned, I was immediately struck by how ordinary she looked. Brown hair, brown eyes, wearing a gray sweater. She could have been anyone, but there was something about the way she kept looking over her shoulder that made me uneasy. She handed me a thick manila envelope and asked me to read its contents. Inside were pictures, dozens of them, of a man. Some were taken in public places, others seemed to be taken through windows from a distance. The man was always in the frame, but he didn't seem to notice the camera. As I flipped through the images, a cold feeling settled in my stomach. These weren't just random pictures. They were meticulously taken, and they focused on the same person over and over again. It didn't take long before I recognized him. It was me. I dropped the photos onto the table, my heart racing. "What is this?" I asked, my voice coming out rougher than I intended. The woman's face was pale, her eyes wide. She seemed to be waiting for me to say something more, but I couldn't process it. The man in the pictures was me in the background of a park, me walking into a grocery store, me sitting at a coffee shop. The strangest part was that some of the photos were taken recently, ones I didn't even remember being in. She leaned forward, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I'm not crazy. I know it sounds insane, but I swear someone has been following me, watching me. And I think they're watching you too. That's why I came to you. I need to know why." Her words hung in the air like a fog, thick and suffocating. I wanted to tell her she was imagining things, that she had misunderstood, but the proof was right there in front of me. I agreed to take the case, although I wasn't sure what I was getting myself into. For the next few days I watched the woman closely, trying to understand what exactly was happening. I followed her to her home, keeping a safe distance, but I didn't notice anyone tailing her. She didn't seem to have any strange visitors, and nothing out of the ordinary happened at her workplace. Still, the thought of someone following me, someone with access to my life, made the back of my neck tingle with unease. The more I investigated, the more questions I had. Who was the man in the photos? Why had someone been watching us both? It didn't make sense. I even started to think back on my own life, wondering if there was something I had missed, some connection between me and this woman that could explain all of this. But nothing came to mind. I didn't know her. I hadn't seen her before, not that I could recall. Then, one evening, while I was reviewing the photographs again in my office, I noticed something strange in one of them. In the background of a picture taken in a cafe, a man was seated at a table behind me. He wasn't in any of the other photos, and he wasn't someone I recognized. But what struck me was the way he was looking at me. His eyes seemed too intense, too focused, and there was something about the way he was staring that made me feel like he knew me. Like he was waiting for me to look at him, waiting for me to acknowledge him. I didn't tell the woman anything about the man. I didn't want to alarm her any more than she already was, but I decided to follow the lead. I started visiting the places where I'd seen him in the pictures, cafes, parks, and even the street corner where he'd been standing when I last saw him. But he was always gone before I could get close. It was like he was always one step ahead, always knowing where I was going to be before I even knew myself. That's when I realized the truth. The case wasn't about her at all. It was about me. I was the one being watched. The photos weren't just of her. They were of me, scattered across my daily life, like someone was tracking my every move. Whoever had been following her had been following me too, only in a much more subtle, insidious way. I was the target, not her. It dawned on me slowly, like a terrible weight settling on my chest. This wasn't just a case. It wasn't just a mystery. Someone had been watching me for months, maybe longer, and I had no idea why. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I had become part of the story I was hired to solve. I had been investigating myself all along, unknowingly chasing a shadow that had been following me for far too long. And now I was the one in danger. Story 8. I had never planned on working at a gas station. It was one of those jobs I took out of necessity, after a series of bad decisions left me scrambling to make ends meet. The gas station was in a small, remote town, surrounded by miles of empty highway and dense woods. There wasn't much to do there besides pump gas and clean up the place, but it was peaceful, and I liked the solitude. Or at least I thought I would. The first few weeks went by uneventfully. I spent my nights working the late shift, greeting the occasional customer who stopped to fuel up or grab snacks. There was one regular, though, a man who drove an old, beat-up truck that smelled of cigarettes and stale coffee. He came in every night around the same time, always alone, always silent. At first I didn't think much of it. People were creatures of habit, and I assumed he was just another one of them. But there was something about him that started to nag at me. He never said much, just paid for his gas, bought a few lottery tickets, and left. Yet there was always a strange tension when he was around, like he was observing me more than the surroundings. I began to notice that no matter how late I worked, no matter what time I arrived or left, he was always there, parked across the street, just sitting in his truck. Sometimes I would look out the window and see him staring at me, his face half hidden in the shadows. It unsettled me, but I tried to push it out of my mind. Things started to get weird after the third week. The man was still coming in regularly, but now he lingered a little longer, as if waiting for something. He would watch me while I worked, never saying a word. If I made eye contact with him, he would just nod, like we shared some unspoken understanding, and then he would leave. But on one particular night, after I had closed up and was getting into my car to go home, I noticed something strange. His truck was parked outside, but he wasn't in it. I hesitated, thinking maybe he had gone inside to use the restroom or had something to take care of. But as I stood there, I saw movement in the distance. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like he was walking toward me, moving slowly and deliberately. I froze, suddenly aware of how isolated I was. The gas station was miles away from any real neighborhood, and the highway was desolate at night. I couldn't help but feel that something was off. As I started my car and pulled out of the lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. There he was, behind me, driving at the same speed. I thought it was just a coincidence at first, but as the miles stretched on, I realized he was still following me. My pulse quickened, and I turned onto a side road, hoping to lose him. But when I glanced back, his headlights were still there, just a few car lengths behind. He hadn't sped up or slowed down. He was driving at the same pace, like he was making sure I didn't escape his sight. I tried to keep calm, but the creeping sense of dread was growing. I took another turn, hoping to lose him, but he mirrored my movements. For the next 20 minutes, I drove around aimlessly, trying to shake him off, but he never left my tail. Finally, in a panic, I pulled into a small parking lot near a convenience store and cut the engine. I waited, holding my breath, watching his truck slowly drive past. He didn't stop. He just drove by, as if he hadn't been following me at all. I didn't know what to make of it. Maybe I was just paranoid. Maybe he was simply going in the same direction. But the whole thing felt wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew exactly where I lived, that he was watching me. The next night, when I arrived from my shift, I noticed something strange. His truck was parked right outside the gas station, even though it was hours before his usual time. He was sitting in the driver's seat, his face obscured by the darkness, watching me through the window. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. I considered calling the police, but part of me didn't want to escalate things without any concrete reason. I had no proof that anything strange was going on, just a gut feeling. But as the night wore on, the feeling only grew stronger. The man came in as usual, bought his lottery tickets and left. But this time I followed him discreetly as he drove away. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong, just being cautious, trying to figure out if my suspicions had any basis. But as I drove behind him, I realized something. He wasn't going anywhere near his usual route. He was turning down side streets, taking winding paths through the backwoods. He was leading me further and further away from the town, deeper into the woods. The streetlights grew sparse, the roads rougher, and my nerves were frayed. I had a sickening feeling that I was being lured into some trap. I slammed my foot on the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road. I sat there in the darkness, my hands gripping the wheel, not sure what to do. The truck disappeared into the night, leaving me in silence. I sat there for what felt like hours, staring into the empty road, wondering if I had imagined it all. When I got home that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The next few days, I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just being paranoid. But as I pulled into the gas station parking lot one evening, I saw him again. This time I was ready. I didn't wait for him to make the first move. I called the police and reported his strange behavior. When they arrived, the man was still sitting in his truck, watching me with those empty eyes. They spoke to him for a while, and when they came back, they told me that he had a history of stalking people in remote areas. He had been following me for weeks, waiting for the right moment to make his move. I never saw him again after that night. The police said he had been arrested and taken away, but the fear still lingered. Every time I hear a truck engine in the distance or catch a shadow moving in the corner of my eye. I can't help but wonder if he's out there, waiting. Story 9. I had been driving for hours, trying to clear my head after a long week of work. The road stretched out in front of me like an endless ribbon, winding through the countryside. I wasn't familiar with the area, but I'd taken a few turns to get away from the city, craving the peace and solitude that a long drive usually brought. As the miles ticked by, I began to notice the surroundings getting increasingly unfamiliar. Trees crowded the edges of the road, and the air grew dense with fog. It was like the world outside my car was swallowing me up. I wasn't sure how it happened, but at some point I must have taken a wrong turn. A small, unmarked road appeared out of nowhere, barely wide enough for my car. Curiosity pushed me to follow it, thinking it would eventually lead me to another highway or back to the main road. The gravel crunched under the tires, and the dense trees on either side seemed to close in, their branches reaching toward me as if trying to pull me deeper into the forest. I told myself it was just a detour, a quick shortcut that would eventually loop back around. But after a few miles, I started to feel uneasy. The road didn't seem to have any signs, no markers to guide me. I kept driving, trying to shake off the growing sense of isolation that crept up on me. The trees were thick, blocking any view of the sky, and the fog had only thickened, making it harder to see more than a few feet ahead. My phone had no signal, and I couldn't even hear the usual hum of traffic in the distance. I checked the fuel gauge, relieved to see that I still had plenty of gas, but something in my gut told me this wasn't just a random detour. There was something off about this place. The road continued to wind in strange, almost unnatural loops, but no matter which direction I took, it all seemed to lead me back to the same stretch of road. It was as though the road itself had a mind of its own, trapping me in its endless circuit. I couldn't shake the feeling that the landscape around me was shifting, like I was driving through a place where time didn't follow any rules. I drove past the same twisted tree twice, then again a third time, but each time it felt like I was seeing it for the first time. The unease in my stomach grew heavier with each repetition, but I couldn't figure out how to escape. The road never seemed to end. There were no intersections, no signposts, just trees and fog. I began to count the turns, hoping that if I kept track of how many times I'd gone around, I could eventually find my way out. But after I had driven in circles for what felt like hours, I couldn't remember how many times I'd passed that one specific bend. My mind was starting to unravel, a mix of exhaustion and fear seeping into every thought. I rolled down the window to get some fresh air, but the chill outside only made the feeling of being trapped grow stronger. I stopped the car, hoping the silence would give me clarity. The engine idled as I sat in the stillness, listening to the occasional rustling of the trees. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe this was just an isolated road. Maybe the fog was playing tricks on me. But then I noticed something strange. I hadn't seen any other vehicles the entire time I'd been driving. No headlights in the distance, no signs of life beyond the fog. It was as if I was the only person left in the world, stuck on this never-ending road. I tried again, taking the same route I thought would lead me out. I turned the wheel left, right, and left again, hoping that this time I would spot a road sign or something that felt familiar. But each turn only brought me back to where I started. The landscape seemed eerily identical, as if it had been frozen in time. The trees, the fog, the quiet, everything remained the same. I checked my watch and was shocked to see that hours had passed, but it felt like I hadn't moved an inch. The frustration began to build, and my mind became clouded with panic. How was this possible? I began honking the horn, hoping someone would hear me or that something would break the monotony of the loop. But there was no response. No other vehicles. No signs of civilization. It was as if the road had swallowed me whole, and no matter how many times I tried, there was no way out. I considered getting out of the car, walking, but something deep inside me told me that wouldn't be a good idea. The thought of wandering off into the fog alone terrified me more than the road itself. It felt like if I left the safety of my car, I might never find my way back. The loneliness of it all was crushing. I was alone, completely isolated, and all the familiar comforts of the world seemed to have disappeared. I tried calling my family, but there was no signal, and I felt the creeping sensation that I had been forgotten by time itself. The world outside seemed to have lost its meaning. It wasn't just that I was lost on a road. It felt like I had stumbled into some kind of void, a place where the usual rules didn't apply. I had no sense of direction, no way of knowing if I had been driving in circles for hours or if I had somehow traveled into another reality entirely. As the hours passed and the fog thickened further, I started to lose track of time. I couldn't remember when I had last seen the sun, or if it had ever been day at all. I drove on, still following the endless road, hoping for an end that never came. My mind was beginning to fracture, and the idea of being stuck here forever started to seem more real than I was willing to admit. I was still driving, still stuck in the loop, and no matter how many times I tried to turn back, the road refused to let me go. Story 10. It started innocently enough. I had been feeling a little uneasy for a while, but it wasn't until the middle of the night that I began to wonder if I was being stalked. I woke up to my phone buzzing on the bedside table, the glow of the screen cutting through the darkness. It was a message from an untraceable number. "I see you." My heart sank into my stomach, and I felt the sudden sharp prick of fear run through my veins. I immediately thought of my ex, Adam. We had broken up 6 months ago, but he never really accepted the end of our relationship. I thought it was him, finally crossing a line. Over the next few days, the messages and calls continued. Sometimes they were cryptic, other times aggressive. "I'm closer than you think," one message read. I thought back to our time together, the late-night arguments, his obsession with knowing where I was and who I was with. Adam had always been a little possessive, but this was different. It was terrifying. The calls were always blocked, the voice on the other end distorted, but I recognized the cadence, the way the breath came in sharp bursts. I was certain it was him. The feeling of being watched grew unbearable, and I began to check over my shoulder, even when I was in the safety of my own home. I did what anyone would do when they felt they were being stalked. I called the police, filed a report, and blocked the number. But still, the calls kept coming. Every day, sometimes several times a day, they would ring through. The messages were no better. They grew more insistent, more threatening. "You can't hide from me," one said. "I'm always watching." I was terrified, convinced that Adam had found some way to track me. There was a small part of me that wanted to reach out, ask him to stop, but I knew that would only fuel whatever this was. So, I did my best to ignore the messages, though my anxiety only deepened. One night, after a particularly harrowing phone call, I decided to take action. I started checking everything: my locks, my windows, the perimeter of my house. It was late, and the wind was howling outside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I had even considered installing cameras, but then I stopped myself. What if that would just make things worse? I didn't know how deep this would go or what kind of response I might provoke. My mind raced, turning over every possibility, every little detail that might explain what was happening. The next morning, my phone buzzed again, waking me from a restless sleep. The message this time was different. "You're not alone," it read, and there was an image attached, one I hadn't seen before. It was a picture of me, taken from outside my window just hours before. I felt the blood drain from my face as I stared at the image, my hand shaking as I gripped the phone. My window was closed, the blinds were drawn. How could anyone have taken that picture? I had locked the doors before I went to bed, and I knew I hadn't heard anything during the night. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and for the first time I wondered if maybe I was being watched right now. I called the police again, telling them about the photo. They seemed sympathetic but skeptical, and I couldn't help but feel that my fear was being dismissed. They advised me to take better precautions, install security cameras, and change my routines. I couldn't help but feel like I was being ignored, though. Something about the way they spoke made me think they didn't understand the level of terror I was experiencing. But even as I spoke to them, I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't the only one who was involved in this situation. As I examined the messages and calls more closely, I realized there was something I had missed, something far more unsettling than I had anticipated. It was a small detail, almost too insignificant to notice, but the more I looked, the clearer it became. Each of the blocked calls, each of the anonymous messages were coming from my own phone number. The realization hit me like a slap in the face, leaving me breathless and confused. How was that possible? My phone had been in my hand every time, so it couldn't have been hacked. My own number was somehow sending me these eerie, threatening messages and calls. I stared at the screen in disbelief, trying to make sense of it, but the answer eluded me. I tried everything I could think of to stop the madness. I changed my phone number, installed security software, and even reset my phone to factory settings. Nothing worked. The calls still came through, each one from my own number. The messages still arrived, unsettling and cryptic. I spent hours researching online, trying to find someone who had experienced something similar. That's when I stumbled upon a forum where others had shared stories of the exact same thing: stalking, calls and messages coming from their own phone number. It was a strange glitch, they said. Some kind of digital anomaly, a form of hack that used vulnerabilities in the network or the phone's software to send messages from your own number. I didn't know whether to be relieved or horrified. The stalker wasn't a person, at least not one I could confront. It was something far less tangible, a digital phantom haunting me. I wasn't sure if I should be angry at technology for betraying me, or at myself for not realizing it sooner. The fear didn't go away, but at least I had an answer, something concrete to grasp onto. For a while I felt a little less like a victim of some unexplainable force and more like someone trying to survive a terrifying glitch in reality. But the truth was, it still felt like I was being stalked, only now I wasn't sure where to turn for safety. Story 11. It had been a regular Saturday afternoon when I decided to do some gardening. My house, an old Victorian-style building, sat on a large plot of land, and I often spent weekends tending to the yard. The weather was perfect for it, a warm breeze mixed with sunlight filtering through the trees. As I dug around the flower beds, I noticed something odd beneath the dirt: a small, rectangular stone, partially buried and covered with moss. Curiosity got the best of me, and I cleared away the earth around it. The stone was old, its surface cracked and weathered by time. There were no markings or inscriptions, just the outline of what appeared to be a small, faded gravestone. I frowned, unsure of what I was looking at, and cautiously pulled it from the ground. As I did, I realized there were more stones scattered around the area, 4 in total, each half buried like the first one. The air around me seemed to grow still, as if the land itself was holding its breath. My first thought was that these could be old boundary markers, but the idea felt off. These stones were shaped like gravestones, small and unmarked, with no indication of who they might have belonged to. I stood there for a moment, staring at them, the weight of their silence settling over me. something wasn't right. I had lived in this house for years and had never noticed them before. I carefully moved the stones aside to reveal more dirt beneath them. As I dug deeper, I felt the distinct, uncomfortable sensation of uncovering something that should have remained hidden. My shovel scraped against something hard and I hesitated before continuing. There, buried just beneath the surface, I found a rusted metal object, what looked like the corner of an old, decaying box. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be a coffin? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. The quietness of the moment intensified, as if the earth itself was waiting for me to decide what to do next. I stepped back, wiping the sweat from my brow, feeling a rising sense of unease. The graves were old, no doubt about it. But who were these people? And why had they been buried in my backyard? I had never heard anything about previous owners of the house, let alone any talk of graves. I knew I needed to know more. But at that moment, the thought of disturbing whatever was resting there felt wrong. But as I stood there, the sudden realization dawned on me: this land had secrets. Dark ones, perhaps. That night, after I had filled in the hole and tried to push the strange discovery to the back of my mind, I couldn't sleep. The house felt heavy, as if something was pressing down on it. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the shadows in the corners of my room seeming to shift unnaturally. I was just about to drift off when I heard a faint scraping sound coming from beneath the floorboards. My eyes snapped open, my heart thumping loudly in my chest. I waited, straining to hear it again, but all was quiet. Just as I began to convince myself it was my imagination, the noise returned, this time louder, unmistakable. It sounded like someone was walking, slow and deliberate, beneath the house. My breath caught in my throat. There were no basements in my home, and the foundation was solid concrete. There should not have been any way for someone to be down there. But the footsteps continued, growing more distinct with each passing second. A chill ran down my spine, and I sat up, my mind racing. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was probably the house settling or some other natural sound. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The footsteps didn't sound like anything I had ever heard before. They were deliberate, like someone walking with purpose, as if they were coming toward me. I strained my ears to listen, but the sounds stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I went outside to check the area around the graves again, hoping to find some explanation that would calm my growing fear. But the earth around the stones was undisturbed, just as it had been the day before. The wind rustled the trees, but everything seemed deceptively normal. I glanced at the house, the feeling of being watched creeping over me once again. It was as if the house itself knew I had uncovered something that shouldn't have been revealed. That night, the footsteps returned, louder this time, accompanied by what sounded like muffled whispers. I sat frozen in bed, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure I could hear it in my ears. I pulled the covers over my head, trying to block out the terrifying sounds. I didn't know what was happening or who or what was under the house, but it was clear that the discovery of those graves had unleashed something. I couldn't explain it, but I knew I wasn't alone anymore. The next morning, I contacted a local historian, hoping to get some answers. I explained the graves in my yard and the strange noises I had been hearing, but the historian didn't seem fazed. She told me that there were rumors of old, unmarked cemeteries scattered throughout the town, places where people had been buried in secret. She also mentioned that some of these graves were from a period when the area had been a haven for those who had died under mysterious or violent circumstances. With that information, I couldn't help but feel a rising sense of dread. My house had been built long after those graves were established, but what if they were somehow tied to it? The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if the footsteps were the restless spirits of those long forgotten. Had I disturbed them? Was that why they were now making their presence known? I felt a deep sense of guilt, as if I had woken something that should have remained at rest. That night, the footsteps returned, louder and more persistent than before. I could no longer deny it. Whatever was under the house, it was coming for me. The whispers filled the room, muffled and unintelligible, but filled with an undeniable sense of anger. I was trapped in my own home, haunted by the past I had unwittingly unearthed. And as the footsteps grew closer, I knew I would never feel safe here again. Story 12. I woke up to the sound of the wind rustling outside my window, a soft, eerie whisper that seemed out of place in the stillness of the night. The room was cold, and as I groggily opened my eyes, I felt a strange sense of unease settle over me. It wasn't the wind itself, but the fact that the room felt wrong. My gaze shifted to the door across the room, and my heart skipped a beat. The front door was wide open. I sat up in bed, rubbing my eyes, trying to clear the fog of sleep. I distinctly remembered locking the door before going to bed, double-checking the deadbolt as I always did. I lived alone, and while I wasn't paranoid, I took security seriously. I stood up and walked over to the door, my bare feet silent on the hardwood floors. The cold draft that swept in from the open door made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I could see that the lock was still engaged, but the door itself was standing wide open, as if someone had pushed it from the inside. I checked the deadbolt again, but there was no mistaking it was locked. I ran my hand over the surface of the door, wondering if maybe it hadn't been fully closed when I locked it, though that didn't make sense. I remembered checking the latch. I was sure I'd locked it, so why was the door open now? A sense of dread began to creep over me. I stepped out onto the porch, cautiously peering into the dark, silent night. The world outside was still, the only sound being the wind and the distant hum of traffic. No footprints, no sign of anyone having been there. Yet the door, my front door, was open, and that was enough to make me feel like I was no longer alone in my own home. The hairs on my arms stood up, but I shook it off, trying to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was just the wind. Maybe it had been gusty enough to push the door open if it hadn't latched all the way. Still, something didn't sit right with me. I stepped back inside, closing the door behind me, but the feeling of unease didn't dissipate. I checked the windows, all of them tightly closed, the locks secure. The house was quiet, but my mind kept racing. Who would come inside without taking anything? Why would someone even bother entering without stealing anything or leaving a trace? I went into the kitchen, trying to distract myself with something normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off. My coffee maker sat in its usual place on the counter still. The kettle was where it should be. Nothing appeared disturbed. Yet the odd sense of intrusion lingered. I checked the locks again, going through the house room by room, each one as still as the last. Nothing was missing, nothing was moved, but the open door that couldn't be ignored. I sat down at the kitchen table, staring out the window, my mind wandering. I tried to recall everything I had done the night before locking the door, turning off the lights, setting the alarm. I remembered all of it so clearly. I had been so careful, so deliberate. So why was the door open now? My thoughts began to swirl, and I couldn't help but entertain the darker possibilities. Could I have left it open? Could I have forgotten? But the nagging feeling that I hadn't lingered at the back of my mind, relentless. I grabbed my phone and dialed my best friend, hoping to talk myself out of my growing paranoia. When she answered, I explained what had happened, trying to sound calm, but I could hear the crack in my voice. "It doesn't make any sense," I said. "I know I locked the door. I always lock the door." She was quiet for a moment before replying. "Maybe it's just a mistake, you're tired. Check the locks again, take a deep breath." I appreciated her calming words, but it didn't help. I had a sinking feeling that I wasn't imagining things. After hanging up, I decided to check the door once more. I approached it slowly, as if expecting something to jump out at me. The door was still ajar, but this time I felt a flicker of something cold in the air, a subtle chill that sent a shiver down my spine. I stepped outside again, hoping to find a logical explanation, but there was nothing. No footprints, no tire tracks, no sign of anyone. I was alone. I had to be. As I turned back toward the house, something caught my eye. The grass near the porch was slightly disturbed, as if someone had walked through it recently, but there were no clear footprints. It was odd, but not conclusive. I stepped back inside and locked the door behind me again, double-checking it. The air inside felt heavier now, charged with a tension I couldn't explain. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been in the house. Someone had been in my space. I grabbed a flashlight and searched the basement, the attic, and every closet. The house was exactly as it should be, but that didn't quell the unease. I sat back down at the kitchen table, trying to force myself to calm down, but the silence was suffocating. I began to wonder if I was just being paranoid, maybe even imagining things. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that the door hadn't opened on its own. Someone had been inside, and now they were gone. The next day, I made a point to talk to my neighbors. I asked if anyone had seen anything unusual or noticed anything strange around my house. They all shrugged it off, unaware of anything out of the ordinary. Yet, as I spoke with them, something lingered in my mind. What if I wasn't the only one who had noticed? Story 13. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks. After months of stressful work and city noise, the idea of escaping to a secluded cabin in the woods sounded like the perfect reset. The cabin was small but cozy, nestled deep in the forest, miles away from the nearest neighbor. The pictures from the rental listing made it look charming, rustic, with a stone fireplace, wooden beams, and large windows that overlooked a small lake. The solitude was exactly what I needed. When I arrived, the place felt almost too quiet. The cabin had a musty smell, like it had been unused for some time, but that only added to its charm. I unpacked my bags and began to settle in, lighting a fire in the fireplace and unpacking some food for the weekend. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the cabin's walls. I felt a small thrill at being alone in such a remote place, but something about the silence made me uneasy. It was as if the cabin was holding its breath, waiting for something. The first night was peaceful, but strange noises began to creep into the stillness as the hours passed. At first, I thought it was just the wind shifting the wooden beams of the cabin or the settling of the foundation. But as I lay in bed, I began to hear something more distinct, a faint scratching, like fingernails running across wood. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the house settling, but it was unnerving. The sound seemed to be coming from the walls. When the noise continued the next night, I couldn't dismiss it any longer. It was subtle at first, soft taps and scratching, as if something or someone was moving within the walls of the cabin. I stood in the middle of the room, trying to listen closely, but there was no rhythm to the sounds, just an eerie randomness that set my nerves on edge. I checked the windows and doors, but everything was locked and intact. There was no sign of any animals that could explain the noises. By the third day, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I began to inspect the walls. I ran my hands over the wooden planks, feeling for any unusual gaps or signs of a hidden space. It was then that I found something strange, a slight indentation in one of the walls near the kitchen. It was barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, but the wood felt different, softer than the rest. My heart pounded in my chest as I tapped on it with my knuckles. The sound was hollow, like there was something or someone on the other side. I grabbed a screwdriver from the kitchen drawer and began to pry at the edges of the wood. The sound of the screw coming loose was deafening in the otherwise silent room. I hesitated before pulling the board away, but curiosity overpowered my fear. What I uncovered was a small hole, just big enough for someone to squeeze through, and beyond it was a dark, narrow space. I stuck my flashlight through the hole, casting its beam into the void. For a moment there was nothing, just empty darkness. But then I saw it. A pair of eyes gleamed back at me from the shadows. I recoiled, my breath catching in my throat. The eyes blinked slowly, and I could see the outline of a face, pale and gaunt, pressed against the wall. I stumbled back, my mind racing. There was someone in the cabin, hiding in the walls. But how long had they been there? How had they gotten in? I tried to gather my thoughts, but my mind was clouded with fear and confusion. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the hole in the wall, half expecting the face to reappear. Eventually, I backed away from the wall, my hands trembling. I ran to the phone, but there was no signal, no way to call for help. My mind raced through possible explanations, but nothing seemed to make sense. I wasn't sure if I should try to leave, but the thought of stepping outside, alone in the woods, was even worse. Whoever was living in the walls, whoever had been watching me, was still here, hidden in the shadows. As the sun began to set that evening, the noises started again. The scratching, the faint tapping, like someone was moving inside the walls. But this time it felt different. The sounds were louder, closer. I grabbed the nearest object I could find, a heavy metal candlestick, and held it in my hand as I stood by the wall, waiting. The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by the sound of my own breathing. I wasn't sure what I expected, but I wasn't ready for what happened next. The wall behind me suddenly gave way with a loud crash, and I spun around to see a figure emerging from the hole. It was a man, or something that resembled a man, his clothes ragged and torn, his face pale and gaunt. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and his skin was stretched tight over his bones. He moved toward me with an unnerving, jerky gait, his hands reaching out as if to grab me. I swung the candlestick at him, my heart hammering in my chest, but he barely flinched. He took another step forward, and I backed away, desperate to find a way out. But then, just as quickly as he had appeared, the figure stopped. He stared at me for a long moment, his eyes filled with something that could have been recognition or something far worse. Without a word, he turned and retreated back into the hole in the wall, vanishing into the darkness. I stood frozen, unsure of what had just happened. The cabin was eerily silent again, but I knew I wasn't alone. I grabbed my things in a frenzy, throwing them into my bag. I didn't care about the noise I was making, I needed to get out. As I rushed out the door, the last thing I heard before slamming it shut behind me was the unmistakable sound of scraping against wood, coming from inside the cabin. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, and as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the eyes of the man, if that's what he even was, were still watching me from behind the walls of that cabin. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I knew I had narrowly escaped whatever had been living in those walls. Story 14. I had been living in my house for years, ever since I inherited it from my late aunt. It was an old Victorian home, full of character, creaky floors, high ceilings, and long hallways that seemed to stretch on forever. I loved it though, even if it sometimes felt a little too big for just me. I had always told myself that I would get around to fixing up the attic or exploring the hidden corners of the house. but life had a way of getting in the way. One rainy afternoon, while I was cleaning the dusty corners of the basement, I stumbled across something strange. I had been reaching for an old box of family keepsakes when my hand brushed against a wooden panel in the wall. It felt different from the rest of the structure, loose, almost like it could be moved. Curiosity got the better of me, and I used my fingers to pry the panel away. To my surprise, it wasn't a wall at all, but a door hidden behind the clutter of forgotten boxes and old furniture. I hesitated before opening it. What kind of secret room could be hidden in a house like this? The door was small and narrow, almost like it had been built to remain unnoticed. As I pulled it open, a musty smell hit me, the scent of old wood and dust. It was a tiny room, barely big enough to fit a chair or two, and it was empty, except for a few shelves along the walls. But what caught my eye immediately were the photographs, dozens of them, pinned to the walls in a haphazard, chaotic manner. I stepped closer, my heart pounding in my chest. The photographs were old, yellowing with age. Some were black and white, others in faded color, but all of them had one thing in common: they were of me. I recognized myself in every single picture, though I couldn't place when or where they had been taken. Some were snapshots from my childhood, others from my teenage years, and a few were more recent, taken in the last couple of years. In each image I was going about my day-to-day life, smiling, talking to friends, sitting at my desk at work, but I had no memory of any of these moments being photographed. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I scanned the pictures. They were all moments I had experienced. But it was as if someone had been following me, capturing moments that I had no idea were being documented. I felt sick to my stomach. Who would have taken these? Why had they been hidden away in this tiny, forgotten room? There was one photograph that stopped me in my tracks. It was a picture of me sitting on the front steps of the house, holding a book. The photo had been taken from a distance, through the bushes in my front yard. But what made it even more unsettling was the date written on the back: last week. I had been sitting there, in broad daylight, without any awareness that someone was watching me. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whoever had been behind this had been watching me for years, and they were still watching. I rushed to the other photographs, flipping through them in a panic. There were more recent shots, me walking down the street, grocery shopping, even sitting alone at the park. It felt like every moment of my life had been captured, every step I took meticulously documented. There was no way I could have noticed them. The photographs were all taken at times when I had been completely alone, when I hadn't seen anyone around. In the corner of one of the pictures, I saw something that made my blood run cold. It was faint, barely noticeable at first, but the longer I stared at it, the clearer it became. A shadow, a figure standing just out of sight in the background. I recognized the shape of the figure instantly. It was a person, and they were watching me. They were always watching me. I backed away from the photographs, my mind racing. I didn't know what to think or what to do. This was beyond creepy. It was disturbing, even terrifying. I hadn't felt safe in my own home before, but now the unease I had been carrying with me for so long made sense. It wasn't just the house that made me feel this way, it was the fact that someone had been quietly observing my every move for years, and they had a detailed record of it all. I quickly examined the rest of the room, searching for any clues that might explain who had created this bizarre collection. There were no names, no messages, just photographs and silence. But something caught my eye: a small weathered box on one of the shelves. It was old, locked with a rusty padlock. I hadn't noticed it before, but now that it was in my line of sight, I felt an overwhelming need to open it. I grabbed the box and sat down on the floor, trying to figure out how to unlock it. The padlock was stubborn, but eventually I managed to pry it open. Inside, I found a collection of old papers, yellowed and fragile. The first sheet I pulled out was a letter. The handwriting was elegant, yet the words were chilling. You've always wondered why you feel like someone is watching, haven't you? You never noticed, but I've always been there. I've always been close by, taking note of everything you do. You'll never know who I am, but you will never escape me. I felt my chest tighten as I read the words. The letter didn't reveal anything about the identity of the person who had been following me, but it was clear that they had been in my life for a long time. They knew things about me, private things that no one should have known. It was like they had been living in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to show themselves. I couldn't stay in the room any longer. I stumbled out, locking the door behind me. My mind raced with questions, but there were no answers. The photographs, the letter, the room, everything felt like a twisted puzzle with pieces that didn't fit. I didn't sleep that night. The house, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. I couldn't shake the feeling that the person who had been watching me was still out there, waiting for the next moment to capture. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind outside, made me jump. I had always thought I was alone, but now I knew the truth. I wasn't alone, not anymore. Story 15. I was locked out of my house on a rainy afternoon, the kind of day when everything feels damp and cold, no matter how warm it might be inside. I had just returned from running errands, my arms full of groceries, only to find the front door had somehow jammed. I tried everything, pushing, pulling, even kicking the door, but it wouldn't budge. My phone was on the kitchen counter, just inside, so I couldn't even call a locksmith without finding a way back in. I stood there for a few moments, unsure of what to do, before noticing my neighbor Derek walking toward me with his umbrella. Derek had always been friendly, the type of person who waved a little too enthusiastically when passing by, but we'd never been close. He lived 2 houses down and often worked from home, so I knew him well enough to greet him casually. Seeing him now, I felt a sense of relief. I waved him over, hoping he might be able to help. "Hey, you okay?" Derek asked, his voice laced with concern as he stood under the shelter of his umbrella, his gaze flicking between me and the door. I explained the situation quickly, hoping he could suggest something. Without hesitation, he offered to help. "I've got some tools. I can take a look at the door for you. Just give me a minute." I thanked him, grateful for the unexpected offer, and stepped back to let him work. Derek disappeared into his house, and I stood there in the rain, trying to stay out of the way. A few minutes passed, and I watched as he returned, carrying a small toolbox and a crowbar. I had no idea what he planned to do with such heavy-duty tools, but at this point I was willing to try anything. Derek crouched down in front of the door and began working at the frame, prying and pushing the door in ways I never would have imagined. It was strange that he seemed so confident with the tools, though I had no reason to doubt him. After all, he was a handy guy, or so I had heard. But as Derek continued to work, I started to feel a little uneasy. He was taking longer than expected, and I couldn't help but wonder if I was making the right choice in allowing him to mess with the door. His focus was intense, his face serious, but there was something about his movements that felt off, like he was hiding something. My thoughts started to spiral. Was it possible that I had misjudged him all this time? Was this just a neighborly gesture, or was something more suspicious going on? Just as I was about to ask if he needed help, I heard a faint noise behind me, a rustling that seemed to come from the back of the house. I turned quickly, my heart skipping a beat as I saw Derek's figure disappearing around the corner of my house. My mind raced. Was he going to the back door? Why would he need to do that? I told myself it was nothing, that maybe he was just looking for a better angle to work on the door. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I walked cautiously toward the side of the house, trying to make my footsteps as quiet as possible. As I rounded the corner, I froze. There was Derek, standing at the back door, glancing around nervously as he fiddled with the handle. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a cold sweat break out along my neck. He was trying to get into my house through the back door. Was he really just trying to help me, or was he up to something more sinister? I stood there in shock, unsure of how to react. My mind was a blur, trying to make sense of what I was witnessing. I had trusted him, even if only to a certain degree, but now, seeing him sneaking around my house, I felt a wave of betrayal and fear wash over me. He had told me he was going to help at the front door, but here he was, acting suspiciously and trying to enter my home through another entrance. The fact that I had never noticed him behaving like this before made the situation even more unsettling. Was he always this deceptive, or was this a sudden shift? Before I could process everything, Derek's eyes caught mine. He froze for a second, his face turning pale, and then he quickly straightened up, his hands raised defensively as if he had been caught doing something innocent. "Hey, who?" I wasn't, he started, his voice faltering, but I interrupted him before he could finish. "What are you doing?" I demanded, my voice shaking with a mixture of confusion and anger. Derek stepped back, glancing nervously at the back door as though weighing his options. I thought maybe I could get the door open from inside," he stammered. "You know, if it wasn't working from the front, maybe it's just stuck or something. I wasn't trying to break in or anything." His explanation sounded weak and rehearsed, and the fear in his eyes only made it worse. It was obvious to me now that something wasn't right. My instincts screamed at me to get away, to protect myself, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe there was a reasonable explanation. Maybe I had misunderstood him. But in that moment, with the rain coming down harder and the unease crawling through my veins, I knew I couldn't trust him. He had been too quick to offer his help, too eager to get me out of the way so he could fiddle with the door. And now I saw him trying to sneak into my house without my consent, all while acting like it was just a normal thing to do. I didn't say anything else. I backed away from the corner of the house, my heart still racing, and pulled out my phone. I called the police, my hands shaking as I reported the incident, explaining everything that had just happened. Derek, realizing I wasn't buying his story, turned and walked quickly back to his house, not looking back even once. By the time the authorities arrived, he was nowhere to be seen, his house eerily quiet. It turned out Derek had a history I hadn't known about, a past that involved petty thefts and breaking and entering. The officers told me it wasn't the first time they had received complaints about strange behavior from him. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. How had I been so blind? Story 16. The first time I heard the noise, it was late at night, just after I'd settled into bed. At first, I thought it was just the usual creaks and groans of an old house pipe shifting, the wind rattling the windows. But then I heard it again, a faint scratching sound followed by what seemed like a soft thud, almost like something or someone was moving around in the attic. I brushed it off, thinking it was probably just rats, or maybe the house settling, though I wasn't sure why it sounded so deliberate, so constant. The sounds continued over the next few days. At night, when the house was otherwise quiet, I could hear what sounded like footsteps dragging across the floor above me. The attic, though, was a place I rarely ventured. It had always been too cluttered, too dusty, and honestly, a little too creepy for my liking. My parents had never let me use it for storage when I was younger, and as an adult, I'd kept the door locked and forgotten about it. But now, with those strange noises growing louder, I found myself becoming obsessed with it. I told myself it was just rodents, nothing to worry about. But every time I was alone in the house, that nagging feeling came back. The sound of something scraping across the floor above me made my skin crawl. I tried to ignore it, but eventually I couldn't anymore. I had to know what was going on. It was a Saturday morning when I decided to face whatever it was, or at least figure out if I was losing my mind. With a broom in one hand and a flashlight in the other, I stood at the foot of the attic ladder, staring up at the small door. The door was old, a faded shade of brown, and the wood was cracked in places. The hinges squeaked as I pulled it open, and for a moment I just stood there, letting the cool air from above wash over me. The house was unnervingly silent now, and my heart was pounding in my chest as I slowly climbed the ladder. I could hear nothing at first, but then there it was again, a soft scuttling sound from the far corner of the attic. I flicked on the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the room. The attic was exactly how I remembered it, dusty, filled with old boxes and forgotten furniture. Cobwebs hung from the rafters, and there was an unsettling stillness in the air, like everything had been left undisturbed for years. The sound had stopped, but my nerves were on edge. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped fully into the attic, the wooden floor creaking beneath me. I was ready to confront whatever it was, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That's when I saw it. In the far corner, near an old, rusted filing cabinet, I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadow that didn't belong. It was quick, too quick for an animal. My breath caught in my throat as I pointed the flashlight toward the corner. There, crouched low against the wall, was a figure. At first, I thought it might be a person, someone who had been hiding in the attic for who knew how long. But then I saw the eyes. They were wide and unblinking, watching me, and I froze in place. It wasn't just the eyes that sent a wave of horror through me. It was the way the figure was sitting almost unnaturally still, as if it had been waiting for me to find it. I could see the outline of its body now, its clothing ragged and torn, a dark silhouette against the dim light. My heart raced as the figure slowly raised its head, its eyes never leaving mine. I couldn't move. The air felt thick and suffocating, and for a long moment neither of us spoke. Then, the figure made a soft, slow motion, as though it was preparing to stand up. That's when I snapped out of my paralysis. My instincts kicked in, and I bolted for the ladder, my pulse pounding in my ears. I didn't look back, but I could hear it. The soft, dragging footsteps. Something or someone was following me. I scrambled down the ladder, my hands slick with sweat, my legs unsteady. I slammed the attic door shut behind me, locking it with trembling hands, before I pressed my back against it, trying to catch my breath. I didn't know what to think. My mind was racing with possibilities, none of them making sense. Who was that? How long had they been up there? Was it a homeless person, someone who had been living in the attic without me noticing? Or was it something worse? I didn't know what to do next. My phone felt too far away to call anyone, and the idea of going back up there to investigate made me feel physically ill. I stood there in the hallway for a long time, feeling the weight of what I had just seen pressing down on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was still up there. The attic door was locked, yes, but the sounds hadn't stopped. I could hear something shifting above me, moving around the small, confined space. It was like the attic had come alive with the sound of something or someone waiting. I couldn't take it anymore. My mind was clouded with dread and confusion, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. I needed to find out who or what was up there. This time I wasn't going in alone. I grabbed a neighbor to come with me, someone who could at least help me figure out if I was losing my mind or if there was truly something sinister going on. Together, we climbed the ladder once more, this time with more determination. When we opened the door, the attic was empty, eerily quiet. There was no one there. But then my flashlight flicked over the filing cabinet, and I froze. On the floor, hidden beneath the dust and debris, was a small pile of old clothes that didn't belong to me. Clothes that were far too recent to be forgotten remnants of the past. The attic wasn't empty after all. As we turned to leave, the ladder creaked. Slowly. A long, dragging sound. It was unmistakable. Something or someone was still watching from the dark corner of the attic. Story 17. After a grueling day at work, I finally stepped into my apartment, exhausted and eager to relax. The apartment was quiet, as usual, the faint hum of the refrigerator the only sound that greeted me. I tossed my keys onto the counter and kicked off my shoes, eager to sink into the couch. But as I walked past the kitchen, something caught my eye. A small, plain cardboard box was sitting neatly on the counter, right in the spot where I usually placed my mail. At first I assumed it was a delivery, though I hadn't ordered anything recently. I moved closer, trying to recall if I had ordered anything online, but nothing came to mind. The box wasn't taped shut, and the top flap was slightly ajar, giving me a glimpse of what was inside. My heart began to race as I recognized a few of the items that were peeking out. A photo album, a stack of old letters, and a small trinket box I hadn't seen in months. I froze. These were my things, my personal belongings, but I hadn't packed them. I stood there, staring at the box for several long moments. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Who would have packed up my things? More importantly, why? I lived alone and hadn't had any guests over in weeks. There was no way anyone had come into my apartment without me noticing. I quickly checked the door to make sure it was locked, but nothing seemed amiss. Everything looked just the way I had left it, except for that box. Nervously, I pulled the top of the box open and started sorting through the items. The photo album was first pictures from my childhood, some of my family, a few memories from college. Nothing seemed unusual about them, but the sensation of unease was creeping over me like a cold wave. I didn't remember packing this album away. I hadn't seen it in months. But it was now placed neatly inside the box, as though someone had carefully decided what should go in there. Next, I sifted through the letters. Some were from friends I hadn't heard from in years, while others were from old jobs and various life events. As I flicked through the pages, I noticed that a few of them were letters I had forgotten about entirely. They were from years ago, events I had moved on from, people I hadn't spoken to in ages. How had these ended up in the box? They didn't seem to belong there. It was as though someone had gone through every drawer in my apartment, carefully selecting things to pack. My stomach twisted as I reached for the small trinket box at the bottom of the cardboard container. It was something my grandmother had given me before she passed away. I remembered putting it on the mantel in my living room months ago, but now it was in this box, as though it had been removed without my consent. I lifted the lid and stared at the contents inside: an old silver pendant, a small key, and a faded photograph. I had never seen the photograph before. The image was of a woman I didn't recognize, standing in front of a house I didn't know. There was something eerie about it, as though the photo was meant for someone else entirely. I closed the box quickly, the weight of confusion and dread settling heavily in my chest. My first instinct was to call the police, but what would I even say? There was no sign of forced entry, no broken windows or missing valuables. Whoever had come into my apartment had done so without leaving any obvious trace. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the real horror wasn't that someone had packed up my belongings, it was that they had done so in a way that suggested they knew me intimately. I set the box down on the counter and began to retrace my steps. When was the last time I had seen all of those things? The photo album, the letters, the trinket box, they were all items I hadn't seen in months. Yet now they were neatly packed up as if I had been preparing to leave. I hadn't planned on moving or packing anything. My apartment had been exactly how I had left it that morning when I went to work. So how did the box end up on the counter? And who had packed it? The more I tried to rationalize it, the more the situation seemed impossible. I hadn't been gone long enough for someone to break in and pack up my life. But the idea that I had somehow packed these things without remembering it was even more disturbing. I tried to think back to the morning before I left for work. Had anything seemed out of place? Had I seen anything unusual? I couldn't remember anything strange, but the unsettling feeling in the pit of my stomach told me that something wasn't right. I walked over to my bedroom, hoping that maybe I could find some clue that would explain the box. The room was the same as it had been when I left that morning. Nothing appeared disturbed. The bed was made, my clothes were still in the closet, and there was nothing out of place. But then, something caught my eye. The closet door was slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it when I left. I approached it cautiously and opened it fully, scanning the shelves for anything unusual. At first, nothing seemed different. But as I shifted a few items around, I noticed something strange. A small pile of dust had gathered on the floor in the corner of the closet, as though something had recently been moved. I knelt down, inspecting the area more closely. That's when I saw a single, small item tucked beneath the bottom shelf. It was a key I didn't recognize. It was old, brass, and seemed to have some kind of engraving on it. I picked it up, my fingers trembling as I turned it over in my hand. I felt a sudden rush of panic. This wasn't just a key, it was a key to something. But to what? I had no idea. I had never seen it before in my life. As I held it, I felt a strange sensation, like the room was closing in on me. The feeling was overwhelming, suffocating, as if I was no longer alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I quickly shoved the key into my pocket. I needed answers, but I had no idea where to even begin. As I left the bedroom, I heard something faint, a sound coming from the kitchen. My heart skipped a beat. I turned toward the counter and saw that the box was no longer there. It was gone. My entire body went cold, and for a moment I was paralyzed with fear. Someone was in my apartment, and they had been watching me all along. The key in my pocket felt heavier, as if it held the answer to something I wasn't prepared to know. Story 18. It had been a few weeks since my grandmother passed away, and the task of clearing out her house still felt surreal. I had always admired the old, creaky house with its collection of trinkets and dusty bookshelves that told stories of a life well lived. The house felt empty now, though, hollow in a way that was difficult to explain. My mother had asked me to help with the sorting, and as I moved through each room, I couldn't help but feel the weight of the memories clinging to the walls. In her bedroom, I started sorting through the drawers, pulling out old linens and family heirlooms that had been tucked away for decades. It wasn't until I reached the bottom drawer of her bedside table that I came across something unexpected. There, nestled between a stack of faded letters, was a leather-bound journal, its cover cracked and worn with age. At first, I assumed it was just another keepsake from her past, but when I opened it, my heart skipped a beat. The handwriting inside was unmistakable. It was my grandmother's. The elegant script that had adorned countless birthday cards and letters over the years filled each page. But as I flipped through the pages, I realized something deeply unsettling. The journal wasn't filled with the musings of her past, as I had expected. Instead, it described my daily life in startling detail, things I had never shared with anyone, things that only someone close to me would know. The first entry was dated 3 months ago, right around the time I had started a new job. My grandmother had never been the type to keep a journal, at least not one I knew about, and certainly not one that documented my personal life. The entry read, "Today she wore the navy dress I gave her for her birthday. She was stressed, but kept a smile on her face. I could tell she felt lonely at work, even though she doesn't admit it." I stared at the words, a chill creeping over me. How could she have known that? I had never mentioned feeling lonely at work, and I certainly never wore that navy dress around her. As I continued reading, the entries became even more specific. The journal described small details of my day-to-day activities, what I ate for breakfast, the conversations I had with friends, even the books I was reading. It was as though my every move had been observed and carefully documented. The more I read, the more the unease grew. The entries were not just observations, they were filled with personal reflections and insights into my thoughts. Things I hadn't shared with anyone, not even my grandmother. One entry caught my attention more than the others. It was dated a few weeks ago, shortly after my grandmother had gone into the hospital for the last time. The journal entry read, "She is afraid, though she doesn't know it yet. There's something in her eyes I've never seen before, an eyes or work, an unease that isn't from her work or her relationships, but something deeper, something unspoken." I closed the journal with trembling hands. It was as if my grandmother had known me better than I knew myself, as though she could peer into my soul. I took the journal into the living room, my mind racing with confusion. How could she have written about these things? It felt like a violation of privacy, yet there was something oddly comforting about it as well. My grandmother had always been a kind and intuitive woman, someone who understood me in ways no one else did. But this felt different, like she had been watching me from some unseen place, even after I had moved out of her house years ago. I decided to continue reading, hoping to make sense of it all. The next few entries seemed to delve into even more personal territory, describing moments I hadn't even noticed at the time. One entry described a conversation I had with my mother, where I had casually mentioned feeling overwhelmed by everything in my life. Another spoke of a trip I took to the park, where I sat on a bench, staring at the lake, lost in my thoughts. I couldn't remember telling my grandmother about these things, and yet here they were, detailed in her neat handwriting. The strangest entry, however, was the last one. It was dated the day before her passing, just hours before she had been admitted to the hospital. "She will never know the truth," it said. "She never saw the signs, never felt the weight of the whispers in the house. I hope she forgives me when she learns what I've kept from her." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. What truth? What whispers? I felt as though the journal had taken a sudden, sharp turn into something darker, something I wasn't prepared to understand. I sat there in silence, the journal resting on my lap, the weight of its contents pressing down on me. My grandmother had been an intelligent, perceptive woman, but there was something deeply unsettling about how much she seemed to know things I had never told her, things I thought were private. I couldn't shake the feeling that the journal was more than just a record of my life. It felt like a warning, a message meant for me to find after she was gone. I decided to confront my mother later that evening, hoping she could shed some light on the strange journal. I hadn't mentioned anything to her yet, but as I sat with the journal in my hands, I knew I couldn't keep this secret any longer. When I showed it to her, her face turned pale, and she didn't speak for several long moments. Finally, she whispered, "Your grandmother never wanted you to find that. She kept it hidden for a reason." Her words only deepened the mystery. I hadn't been prepared for this. My grandmother's secrets, her observations, her hidden knowledge now lay before me, and I had no idea what to do with them. What was she trying to tell me? What had she known that I didn't? It seemed like there were pieces of this puzzle that I might never fully understand. But one thing was clear. My grandmother had left me something more than memories. She had left me a truth, one I wasn't sure I was ready to face. Story 19. It started with a small leak in the kitchen ceiling. Just a minor drip, but enough to cause some damage to the drywall. I'd noticed it a few days earlier, but I'd been putting off calling someone to fix it. Between work and other responsibilities, it seemed like a problem that could wait. But as the days passed, the drip became more pronounced, and I knew it was time to get it taken care of. I found a handyman through a local online listing. His name was Gary, and he seemed like a straightforward guy when I spoke to him on the phone. He said he had years of experience with plumbing and repairs, so I figured it would be a simple, quick fix. When he arrived at my apartment, I let him in, and he immediately got to work. He didn't ask many questions about the problem, just inspected the ceiling, found the leak, and set about setting up his tools. Gary worked quietly, focused on the task at hand. I could hear the sounds of him moving around the kitchen, the soft thud of tools against the floor, and the faint hiss of water being turned off in the pipes. Everything seemed normal. He was polite, not overly friendly, but professional enough. He told me it would take a few hours to finish, so I went about my day, working from home and trying to ignore the lingering annoyance of the leak. It wasn't until later in the afternoon that I started to feel uneasy. I hadn't seen Gary in a while. I assumed he was still working in the kitchen, but there was a strange silence. No clanking of tools, no sound of movement. I stood up from my desk and walked toward the kitchen. The door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open, expecting to find him on a ladder or crouching over the sink. But the kitchen was empty. There was no sign of Gary. I checked the back door, the windows, nothing. The tools he had been using were still scattered across the counter, and the ceiling, while patched, still looked like it had been disturbed. I walked around the apartment, calling out his name, but there was no response. The apartment was quiet, too quiet. I checked the time. It hadn't even been an hour since I last saw him. Confused, I thought maybe he'd gone out to his truck for something, or maybe he had stepped outside for a break. It seemed strange, but not entirely out of the ordinary. Maybe he'd finished earlier than expected. I didn't know much about the process, but the silence in the apartment was unsettling. As I moved toward the front door to look outside, I noticed something on the floor, a small, dark smear on the carpet, like oil or grease. I knelt down to get a closer look. It wasn't oil. It was something darker, something that made my stomach turn when I realized it looked like dried blood. My pulse quickened. I stood up, looking around the room for any other signs of something out of place. The leak had been fixed, but now it felt like something far more serious had occurred. I checked the bathroom and the other rooms, calling out once more. No answer. I tried to push the rising anxiety out of my mind. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, a harmless mistake. Maybe I had dropped something earlier and forgotten. but the blood, it couldn't be ignored. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I started looking for Gary again, this time with a different sense of urgency. The front door was still locked, and there were no signs of forced entry. I double-checked every window in the apartment, but everything was as it should be. I was about to call the police when I heard something. A soft, almost imperceptible sound of scraping noise coming from the kitchen. It sounded like someone was dragging something across the floor. My heart stopped. Gary. But I hadn't seen him leave. I slowly turned toward the kitchen, holding my breath. I stepped cautiously inside, and the scraping stopped. There was no one in the kitchen, but the air felt different now, heavier somehow. I glanced at the floor. Another smear of blood. This time it led to the kitchen's utility closet, the one where I kept cleaning supplies and extra tools. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but as I approached the door, I could feel my hands trembling. I opened the door slowly. The closet was empty at first glance, but there, behind the stack of cleaning supplies, I noticed something. A pair of boots, muddy, worn, and a coat hanging on the back wall. The coat looked old, as if it had been there for much longer than I'd owned the apartment. My breath caught in my throat as I stepped closer. That was when I saw it. The floor of the closet wasn't solid, it was a thin layer of wood covering something deeper, and beneath it, I could just make out the faint outline of something shifting, moving in the darkness. My stomach turned. I lifted the wooden floorboard with shaking hands, the sound of creaking and groaning filling the room. What I found underneath was a small space, barely big enough for a person to fit. And in the corner of that space, Gary was curled up. His face was pale, his eyes wide open but unseeing. His breathing was shallow, ragged, as though he had been hiding there for hours, maybe longer. His hands were tied behind his back, and his clothes were torn, stained with what appeared to be blood. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. I backed away slowly, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. Was he in danger? Was he unconscious? But before I could decide what to do, Gary's head twitched and his eyes focused on me. His lips curled into a faint smile, a twisted, eerie smile. "You shouldn't have looked for me," he whispered hoarsely. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know if I should run or call for help, but I did know one thing for sure: Gary hadn't left. And now I wasn't sure if he ever intended to. Story 20. It started with a strange message one evening while I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone. I had just gotten home from work, my mind still swirling with the events of the day. The message was simple, a single text with no accompanying words, just a photo of me. The picture was one I recognized. It was a candid shot taken of me in the kitchen, holding a cup of coffee, something I had done earlier that morning before rushing out to work. But I was alone. No one else had been in the house. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the screen. I hadn't taken the photo myself, and I certainly hadn't seen anyone else in the kitchen when I was getting ready. The photo wasn't blurry, nor did it appear to be taken through a window or at a distance. It looked like it had been taken right there in the kitchen, like someone had been standing just a few feet away from me. But I had been completely alone. I tried to brush it off as some kind of weird coincidence. Maybe it was a prank or some random glitch with my phone. I scanned the text again, but there was nothing else, no phone number or name attached to the message. Just the photo. The only thing I could think of was that it had somehow been pulled from social media or a past post, but even that didn't sit right with me. How could someone get such an intimate, up-close picture of me without me noticing? Then came the second message, just a few hours later. This time the photo was different. It was me sitting on the couch wearing the exact same clothes I had on when I first received the strange text. But what unsettled me was the fact that this photo had been taken in the same room, just a few feet from where I had been sitting. I hadn't heard any footsteps or noticed anyone entering the house. My phone was still in my hand as I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There was no mistake, someone had taken this photo recently, and I was certain that I hadn't seen or heard a thing. I began to feel a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the kind of feeling you get when you're being watched. My mind raced, trying to come up with explanations. Had I been followed home? Could someone have broken in without me hearing them? I couldn't think of any other logical explanation. I quickly checked the locks on the doors and windows, but everything was secure. No signs of forced entry. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I felt like a wave of unease had settled over me, and I couldn't ignore it. My phone buzzed again, and I jumped, almost dropping it. This time the message was different. It was another photo, but this one was taken from the hallway outside my living room. I could tell because the angle was from the side of the door, capturing me sitting on the couch, looking directly at the phone. I stared at the photo, horrified. How could someone have gotten that angle without me seeing them? I would have noticed a shadow or a movement, right? I thought I had locked all the doors and windows, yet somehow this person had been able to take the photo from inside my house without me knowing. My mind raced through possibilities. Was it someone I knew? Or was it a complete stranger who somehow knew everything about me, even where I lived? My pulse quickened as I started thinking about the worst-case scenarios. Was I being stalked? Was someone living in my house without my knowledge? The photos were starting to pile up, each one more unsettling than the last. They showed me in different parts of the house, at different times of the day, always when I was completely alone. I never heard a thing, but the photos kept coming, showing me as if someone had been in my personal space, watching me, all without my knowledge. I did what any rational person would do in a situation like this. I called the police. But when they arrived and I showed them the texts, they couldn't do much. There was no obvious threat, and no real evidence that anyone had been inside the house. The photos, while eerie, weren't enough to warrant an investigation. They could have been taken with a hidden camera, or from an outside vantage point. The officer advised me to be vigilant, to check my security system if I had one, and suggested I change my locks just in case. That night, I locked every door and window, double-checked the security system, and tried to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. I kept imagining shadows in the corners of my vision, wondering if someone was watching me from outside. Every creak of the house made me jump. The feeling of being watched lingered, and I couldn't shake it, no matter how hard I tried to ignore it. The next morning I woke up to another message. This time the photo was taken from the backyard. I could see my bedroom window in the background, and in the foreground I was standing in front of the window, brushing my hair. I hadn't been aware of anyone in the backyard when I had gotten ready for bed the night before, and there was no way someone could have been there without me hearing. My heart hammered in my chest. How had they gotten that photo? I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The texts kept coming, each one more disturbing than the last. There were no words, just photos, and it seemed like the person behind them was getting closer. The angles became more intimate, the moments more personal. I couldn't understand why they were doing this, or who was behind it, but the fear was overwhelming. By the end of the week, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to leave the house and stay with a friend for a while, hoping that distance would help clear my mind and give me some peace. The thought of being away from the place where I had once felt safe made my stomach turn, but I knew I couldn't stay there any longer. The constant sense of dread had taken over every moment of my life. When I got to my friend's house, I breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time in days, I felt safe, at least for a little while. But as I sat down on their couch, I received one final message. It was a photo of me sitting in the living room at my friend's house. The room was empty except for me, and I was looking down at my phone in my hands. But there was something else behind me. In the reflection of the window, I saw a shadow standing just out of view. Story 21. It was a quiet evening when I first heard my dog, Max, barking uncontrollably from the living room. He had always been a bit of a barker, especially when something caught his attention outside. I assumed it was the neighbor's cat once again, darting through the yard or lounging in the bushes near the fence. Max had a particular dislike for that cat, and it wasn't unusual for him to get worked up over its presence. I stood up from the couch and peered out the window, expecting to see the usual scene. The cat sitting lazily on the grass, with Max growling and wagging his tail, clearly agitated but too slow to do anything about it. But when I looked outside, I didn't see the cat. Instead, I saw something far more unsettling. There, standing just at the edge of my property, was a figure, a person. They were standing completely still, staring directly at my house, and their face was partially obscured by shadows, making it impossible to discern any details. My heart skipped a beat. Max continued barking, more frantic now, as though he sensed the danger before I did. I backed away from the window, trying to process what I had just seen. Was it a prank? A neighbor playing some sort of game? But as I thought about it, I realized how strange it was. The person wasn't moving, wasn't even making a sound, and there was no reason for anyone to be standing there in the dark at this time of night. I felt a chill run down my spine. I crept to the door and locked it, my eyes never leaving the window. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that it was probably nothing, just a passerby, someone who had lost track of time. But deep down, something in my gut told me that wasn't the case. The way the figure stood there, motionless, watching me, felt wrong. I considered calling the police, but part of me was too scared to even move. I didn't want to take my eyes off the figure, worried that if I did, it might disappear or do something worse. Max's barking grew louder, more insistent, and I could hear his paws scrabbling against the floor as he paced back and forth. He was clearly agitated, and I knew I couldn't leave him alone in his state. Slowly, I moved toward the living room, trying to keep as quiet as possible. I glanced at the window again, but the figure was still there, unmoving. I could feel my pulse quicken, a sense of dread settling over me like a heavy weight. I decided to try something. I would open the door, just a crack, to see if I could get a better look. I wasn't sure what I expected, but my curiosity was not yet able to see. The following day, I decided to investigate further. I took the keys to a locksmith, hoping they might be able to provide some insight. The locksmith inspected them carefully, but could not find anything unusual about them. "Just regular keys," he said with a shrug, handing them back to me. "No markings, no unique features. They could belong to anyone." His words did little to ease my unease. If anything, they only deepened the mystery. I left the shop feeling no closer to understanding what had happened. Over the next few days, I kept the keys in a drawer, unsure of what to do with them. I debated throwing them away, but hesitated, feeling as though I might be discarding an important clue. I also considered taking them to the police, but I worried they would not take me seriously. What could I tell them after all? That a random set of keys had appeared in my locked car and I had no idea how they got there. It sounded absurd even to me. The incident began to consume my thoughts, and I found myself growing more paranoid with each passing day. I started double-checking the locks on my doors and windows, making sure everything was secure before going to bed. I even began parking my car in different spots, thinking it might make it harder for anyone to tamper with it again. But no matter what I did, I could not shake the feeling that someone had deliberately left those keys for me to find, and that they might be watching, waiting for some kind of reaction. To this day, I still do not know where the keys came from or who they belong to. They remain in the drawer, a silent reminder of that strange, unsettling evening. I have tried to move on to focus on other things, but the mystery lingers in the back of my mind, an unanswered question that refuses to fade. Every time I see the keys, I am reminded of the feeling I had when I first found them, an inexplicable sense that my ordinary, predictable life had been touched by something unknown. And no matter how much time passes, I cannot help but wonder if I will ever truly understand what happened. Story 3. It was just another morning, or so I thought. The sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting soft patterns across the room, and the air was still, save for the faint hum of a ceiling fan. My phone lay on the nightstand, buzzing faintly with its usual morning alarms and notifications. I reached over groggily, ready to swipe away the reminders and start my day, but as soon as I picked it up, I froze. The wallpaper on my lock screen had changed. Instead of the simple, abstract background I had always used, the screen now displayed a photo of me. I was lying in bed, my face half buried in the pillow, my expression calm and unaware. It was unmistakably a picture of me sleeping right here, in this room, in this bed. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up quickly, staring at the phone in disbelief. My mind raced for answers. I hadn't changed the wallpaper. Who could have taken this picture? How had it ended up here? The photo was hauntingly clear, as if taken up close in perfect lighting. Every detail was sharp, the strands of hair across my face, the faint creases in the pillowcase, even the soft glow of the bedside lamp in the background. It felt disturbingly intimate, like whoever had taken it had been mere inches away from me. I tapped the screen to unlock the phone, but my hands were trembling. My pulse quickened as I tried to figure out how this could have happened. Was it a prank? Had someone broken into my home while I was asleep? The thought sent a chill down my spine. Once I unlocked the phone, I immediately checked the photo gallery, hoping to find some clue about where the image had come from. But there was nothing. The photo wasn't in my camera roll or any of my albums. It was as if it had been placed directly onto my wallpaper, bypassing every logical step. I searched through my apps, my notifications, and even my recent activity, but there were no signs of anything unusual. My phone's security settings were intact, and there were no suspicious logins or messages. It didn't make sense. How could a picture like that just appear out of nowhere? I jumped out of bed and checked the door to my apartment. It was still locked, the chain secure, and nothing seemed out of place. I walked through each room, scanning for any signs of intrusion: an open window, a misplaced object. Anything but everything was as I had left it the night before. The realization that someone might have been in my room, standing over me while I slept, sent a wave of nausea through me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even now. My skin prickled, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. I returned to the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, my phone still clutched tightly in my hand. I didn't know what to do. Should I call someone? The police? What would I even tell them? That my phone's wallpaper had mysteriously changed to a photo of me sleeping. It sounded ridiculous, almost paranoid, but the image was undeniable proof that something strange had happened. I felt exposed, vulnerable, and utterly helpless. Whoever had taken that photo had been close, too close, and I had no idea who they were or how they had gotten in. I decided to reset my phone entirely. Maybe it was some kind of glitch, I told myself. A hack, a virus, anything that could explain this away without involving the terrifying thought of someone physically being in my home. As the phone rebooted, I tried to calm my racing thoughts, but the image of that photo was burned into my mind. The longer I thought about it, the more questions arose. Why had they taken the photo? Why had they chosen to make it my wallpaper? Was it meant as a message, a warning, or something else entirely? After the reset, I cautiously reopened the phone, half expecting the image to still be there. But the wallpaper had reverted to its default setting, and there was no trace of the photo anywhere on the device. For a brief moment I felt a sense of relief, as if the problem had resolved itself. But the unease lingered. The image may have disappeared, but the knowledge that it had been there, that someone had been close enough to take it, was something I couldn't erase from my mind. I double-checked my locks, even barricading the door for good measure, and told myself I was safe. But deep down, I wasn't sure I believed it. For the rest of the day, I couldn't focus on anything. Every noise, every shadow, felt like a potential threat. I started replaying the events of the night before, trying to recall anything unusual. Had I heard footsteps, a creak in the floorboards, the sound of the door opening? But nothing stood out. It was just an ordinary night like any other, and yet it wasn't. Something had happened, and I couldn't explain it. The more I thought about it, the more questions I had. Who had done this? How had they gotten in? And most importantly, what did they want? By the time night fell, I was too afraid to sleep. I left the lights on in every room and stayed awake, my phone within arm's reach, ready to call for help at the slightest sign of anything unusual. The hours dragged on, and I found myself jumping at every little sound: the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the floor, the wind rattling against the windows. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, trapped by the fear of the unknown. Whoever had taken that photo, whoever had been in my room, was still out there, and the thought of it kept me wide awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning to come. Story 4. It was a quiet morning when I noticed the notification on my phone. My fitness tracker, a device I had received as a gift but never used, had synced itself with my account. This alone was strange, as I hadn't even bothered to charge it in months, let alone wear it. The notification informed me about steps I had supposedly taken at 2 a.m, a time when I was certainly fast asleep. I stared at the screen, confused and slightly unsettled. How could a tracker I never used record activity? At first, I thought it might be a glitch. Technology wasn't infallible, and perhaps the tracker had malfunctioned. But the more I looked at the details, the more unnerving it became. The notification wasn't just a generic message about steps. It provided a detailed log. According to the tracker, I had walked over 1,000 steps in the early hours of the morning, pacing through what seemed to be several rooms of my house. The data was eerily specific, listing distances and even tracking what it referred to as consistent movement patterns. I immediately went to find the tracker, unsure of what I would discover. It was exactly where I had left it, in a drawer in my desk, completely untouched. When I picked it up, it didn't even turn on. The battery had long since died, as I expected. I held it in my hand, staring at the lifeless screen and wondering how it could have possibly recorded anything. My heart began to race as I considered the implications. If I hadn't worn the tracker, who or what had? I checked my phone again, diving deeper into the app's records. The data showed movement within the house, specifically around the living room, kitchen, and hallway. It even recorded a climb in elevation, suggesting someone had gone up the stairs to the second floor. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized this movement was consistent with the layout of my house. It was as though someone or something had been wandering through my home in the middle of the night. The thought made my stomach turn. I was certain I hadn't been the one to take those steps. My first instinct was to look around the house. I searched for any signs of an intruder: an open window, a door left ajar, footprints, anything that could explain the mysterious activity. But everything seemed perfectly normal. The doors were locked, the windows were secure, and there was no evidence of anyone else being inside. Still, the feeling of unease was impossible to shake. The tracker's data didn't lie. Someone or something had been moving around my home at 2 in the morning. I tried to rationalize what had happened, but the explanations I came up with didn't hold up under scrutiny. It could have been a mistake in the app. Maybe the tracker had somehow recorded data from a nearby device. But even that didn't make sense, as the recorded steps perfectly matched the layout of my home. It was as if the tracker had been worn by someone who knew exactly where they were going, moving with purpose through the house while I slept. The thought made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside felt like a threat. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. What if someone had been in the house? What if they had found the tracker, worn it, and deliberately synced it to my account as some sort of twisted message? The idea seemed far-fetched, but I couldn't rule it out. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. Still, the sense of unease lingered. The next day, I decided to investigate further. I reached out to the customer support team for the Trackers app, explaining the situation and asking if they could verify the data. The representative I spoke with seemed confused at first, but promised to look into it. They said they would check the server logs to see if there was any unusual activity linked to my account. While I waited for a response, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. The idea that someone might have been in my home, walking through my rooms while I slept, was almost too much to bear. A few days later, I received an email from the company. They confirmed that the data was accurate and that the steps had indeed been recorded at 2 in the morning. However, they couldn't explain how the tracker had synced itself or why it had recorded movement when it wasn't being worn. The representative suggested it might be a rare technical glitch and apologized for any inconvenience. Their response did little to ease my concerns. If anything, it only made things worse. A glitch couldn't account for the specificity of the data or the eerie timing of the activity. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I set up cameras around the house, hoping to catch anything unusual. For several nights, I kept a close watch, reviewing the footage each morning, but nothing happened. The house was quiet, the camera showed no signs of movement, and the tracker remained untouched in its drawer. It was as though the event had been a one-time anomaly. a strange and inexplicable occurrence that left more questions than answers. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that notification. The memory of it haunts me, a reminder that there are things we can't always explain. The tracker remains in the drawer, untouched and unused. I can't bring myself to wear it, not after what happened. Every time I see it, I'm reminded of those steps, those movements through my house in the dead of night. Whether it was a glitch, a prank, or something far more sinister, I may never know the truth. All I know is that the experience has left me with a lingering sense of unease, a feeling that I'm not quite as alone in my home as I once thought. Story 5. It was early morning when I stepped outside to take out the trash, the crisp air biting at my face as I pulled the garbage bag behind me. My mind was already occupied with the errands I needed to run that day, so I barely registered the odd sight at first. Sitting neatly by the curb were several trash bags, tied and lined up perfectly, as if someone had gone out of their way to arrange them. At first I thought they were mine, though I didn't remember tying them with such precision. It was not until I bent down to pick one up that I realized something was off. The bag was heavier than I expected, and when I looked closer, I noticed that the material of the bag was different. These were not the bags I usually used. The color and texture were unfamiliar. A faint unease crept into my mind as I examined the bag more closely. Peeking through the thin, taut plastic, I could make out the shapes of items I did not recognize. There was a strange assortment of things inside: books, clothing, and what looked like small trinkets or household objects. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had someone mistakenly left their trash at my curb? Or had I accidentally grabbed the wrong bag in my rush? But as I looked down at the other bags, each one tied neatly and filled with similar items, it became clear that these bags were intentionally placed here. What made it stranger was the fact that my own trash, the bag I had just dragged out, was nowhere to be found. Curiosity got the better of me, and I cautiously opened one of the bags, pulling the knot loose with trembling fingers. Inside was a bizarre collection of items that I had never seen before. A worn leather journal, its pages filled with handwriting I did not recognize, a scarf that smelled faintly of perfume, and a set of keys that did not belong to me. There were also small, personal-looking objects: a child's toy car, an old photograph of people I had never met, and a half-empty bottle of an unfamiliar cologne. My unease grew with every item I pulled out. Who had left these things, and why? It was not just the strangeness of the items that unsettled me, it was how deliberate it all felt. The way the bags were arranged, the careful way they had been tied, made it clear that this was not a random act. Someone had gone out of their way to place these here, and for some reason they had chosen my house. I looked up and down the street, hoping to see someone, anyone, who might explain this odd scene. But the neighborhood was eerily quiet, the only sound the distant hum of a passing car. As I rifled through another bag, I found more peculiar items: a pair of glasses with one cracked lens, a stack of old postcards with messages scrawled in a language I could not read, and a small wooden box that rattled when I shook it. I did not dare open the box. My discomfort grew with each discovery, my mind racing with questions I could not answer. Why were these objects here? Were they meant for me, or had someone made a mistake? I decided to bring one of the bags inside, hoping that examining its contents more thoroughly might provide some clues. Back in my kitchen, under the harsh light of the overhead bulb, I emptied the bag onto the table, carefully arranging the items as if they were evidence in some strange case. Among the objects, I found a note folded into a tight square. My breath hitched as I unfolded it, revealing a single sentence written in neat, precise handwriting. "Do you remember these?" The note made my stomach twist. I had no idea what the words referred to. The items in the bag held no meaning for me. They were things I had never owned, connected to lives I had never lived. And yet, the note felt personal, as if whoever had left it believed I should recognize these objects. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Someone out there knew me or thought they did, and had gone to great lengths to leave this bizarre collection at my doorstep. I spent the rest of the day trying to unravel the mystery. I called a few friends, asking if they had played some sort of elaborate prank on me, but each of them denied any involvement. I even considered the possibility that someone had mistaken my house for someone else's, but that did not explain the note or the deliberate way the bags had been arranged. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. It felt less like a mistake and more like a message. That night I could not sleep. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden figure. I kept thinking about the items in the bags, trying to make sense of their connection to me. Who had left them? And what were they trying to say? The thought of someone standing outside my house in the dead of night, carefully placing those bags on my curb, sent a chill through me. It was not just the invasion of my space that unsettled me, it was the possibility that they had been watching me, learning enough about me to know where I lived and what might haunt. The next morning the bags were gone. I had left them on the curb, unable to bring myself to deal with them further, and now they had vanished without a trace. It was as if they had never been there. For a brief moment I felt relief, hoping that the strange episode was over. But when I went back inside, I found another note sitting on my kitchen counter, written in the same neat handwriting. "You kept something, did you not?" My blood ran cold. I had kept the journal, intending to look through it more thoroughly when I had the time, but now it felt like a mistake. Whoever had left the bags knew what I had done, knew that I had taken something from their carefully curated collection. The note was not just a question, it was a challenge, a reminder that this was not over. And as I stared at the words, I realized that I might never truly understand who had left the bags or what they wanted. All I knew was that they were watching, and they were not finished with me yet. Story 6. It was a chilly evening, and I had just returned home after running a few errands. The first thing I did when I walked through the door was reach for my coat hanger by the entryway, intending to hang up my jacket. But as my hand brushed the fabric of the coat already on the hanger, I froze. It wasn't my coat, or at least, it didn't seem to be. At first glance, it looked identical to the one I had left there earlier that morning, but something about it felt different. My coat was familiar to me, every scuff and crease a small reminder of the time I had spent wearing it. This one looked new, as though it had been freshly purchased and placed there deliberately. I took it off the hanger and held it up for closer inspection. The cut and color were exactly the same as my coat, down to the worn cuffs and slightly faded stitching. But when I ran my fingers along the inside lining, I noticed subtle differences. The texture felt smoother, newer. The pockets, too, were deeper than I remembered, and as I patted them down, I discovered something inside a piece of paper folded neatly into a square. My breath hitched as I carefully unfolded it, revealing a handwritten note in faint, spidery handwriting. It read, "You'll need this one." No signature, no explanation, just those 4 words, cryptic and unsettling. I stood there for a moment, staring at the note, my mind racing. Who could have done this? My apartment was locked, and there was no sign of forced entry. No one else had a key except for me, as far as I knew. I looked at the hanger again, wondering if I was imagining things. Maybe I had accidentally grabbed someone else's coat earlier in the day. But that didn't make sense. I hadn't taken my coat off at any point during my errands. It had been with me the entire time, untouched. The thought that someone could have entered my home while I was away and replaced my coat sent a shiver down my spine. I examined the rest of the coat more thoroughly, searching for clues. In one of the inside pockets, I found another detail that didn't belong, a small stitched tag bearing the initials TW. I had never seen those initials before, and they certainly weren't mine. It was a subtle, nearly hidden marker, but its presence felt deliberate, as though it was meant to be found. My mind spiraled with possibilities. Was this a mistake? A prank? Or was it something far more sinister? The thought of someone tampering with my belongings while I wasn't home made me feel exposed, vulnerable in my own space. I debated whether to call someone, perhaps the police or a friend, to share what had happened. But what could I even say? That someone had swapped my coat with an identical one and left me a cryptic note. It sounded ridiculous, almost paranoid. There was no proof that anything malicious had occurred, only my growing unease. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the coat, the note, and the initials all meant something. Something I wasn't yet privy to. I folded the note and placed it on the table, then hesitated before putting the new coat back on the hanger. Somehow it felt wrong to leave it there, as though I were inviting more strange occurrences into my life. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed replaying the events in my mind, trying to piece together what could have happened. My apartment felt different now, less like a safe haven and more like a place where someone had been without my permission. I got up several times to double-check the locks on the doors and windows, even though I knew they were secure. The note sat on the table, its message taunting me with its vagueness. I didn't know what I was supposed to do with it, or what "you'll need this one" was meant to imply. The next day I decided to wear the coat, hoping it might offer some clarity. As unsettling as the situation was, I couldn't ignore the fact that whoever had left it seemed to want me to have it for a reason. I walked out into the crisp morning air, the coat snug around my shoulders. At first, everything felt normal. But as I moved through my day, small details began to stand out. Strangers glanced at me a little too long, their eyes lingering on the coat as though they recognized it. At one point, a man passing me on the sidewalk gave a slight nod, almost imperceptible, as though acknowledging something I wasn't aware of. By the afternoon, my paranoia had grown. I checked the pockets again, hoping to find some additional clue, but they were empty. The initials on the inside tag remained a mystery, offering no new insights. As I walked back to my apartment, I noticed a car parked a few blocks away. It was unremarkable at first glance, but as I passed it, I realized the driver was watching me. His gaze was intense, unflinching, and as I looked back at him, he didn't look away. A chill ran down my spine as I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. The coat felt heavier now, as though it carried a weight I couldn't see or understand. I took it off and threw it onto the couch, suddenly unable to bear wearing it any longer. The note and the initials, the stranger's stares, the man in the car, it all felt connected, though I had no idea how. I sat there in silence, staring at the coat, wondering what I had gotten myself into. Whatever was happening, I knew it was only the beginning. Story 7. N. The message came through late one evening, just as I was settling down to relax after a long day. At first glance, it appeared to be a group text, something I was only occasionally added to by mistake. I almost dismissed it, thinking it was likely a spam message or a misdialed number. But when I opened the thread, my heart skipped a beat. The messages were from people I did not know, and they were all discussing me with unnerving precision. The first message read, "She just got home about 20 minutes ago." Another followed. Did anyone notice if she went straight to the kitchen like usual? A third said, of course she did. She always does. My throat tightened as I read through the thread. It was as if someone had been watching me closely enough to know my habits and routines. My hands trembled as I scrolled up, revealing even more detailed observations about my life. There were messages about what I had worn that morning, comments on the groceries I had brought home, and even a chilling note about how I had left my porch light on for too long the previous evening. The strangers in the group text seemed to know everything about my daily life. Panic began to set in as I read their words. These people had been observing me without my knowledge, tracking my every move with alarming accuracy. I immediately checked the participants in the group text, hoping to find some explanation, but the numbers were unfamiliar. None of them were saved in my contacts, and the area codes did not match anyone I knew. I thought about responding, demanding to know who they were and why they were watching me, but fear held me back. What if engaging them only made things worse? Instead, I stayed silent, unsure of what to do next. I paced around my living room, my mind racing. Who were these people, and how had they gotten my number? Had they been following me, or was this some kind of elaborate hoax? I checked my windows and doors, ensuring everything was locked, and then went back to reread the messages. My anxiety deepened as I realized that the details they discussed were not things anyone could have known without being close by. They knew my habits, my schedule, and even the smallest, most mundane details of my day. Eventually, I decided to call a friend for advice. I hesitated to share too much over the phone, worried that whoever had sent the messages might be listening somehow. Instead, I vaguely described the situation, asking if they thought I should report it to the police. My friend was concerned and agreed that the messages sounded threatening, urging me to take immediate action. Their support gave me the courage to consider what steps to take next. The following morning, I went to the police station with screenshots of the text thread. I explained everything to the officer at the desk, describing how the strangers in the group chat seemed to know intimate details about my life. The officer listened carefully, but their response was measured. They explained that it could be a prank, or even an automated scam, though they agreed it was unusual. They took a report and advised me to block the numbers and stay vigilant. I left the station feeling both relieved and unsettled. While it was comforting to have taken some action, the lack of answers left me feeling vulnerable. I blocked the numbers as instructed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had sent those messages was still out there. I installed extra security measures at home, including cameras and motion sensors, hoping to regain some sense of safety. For weeks, I lived on edge, jumping at every unexpected noise and second-guessing the intentions of anyone who looked my way. I avoided my usual routines, varying my schedule and taking different routes home, hoping to throw off anyone who might still be watching me. But the unease never truly left. The messages had planted a seed of paranoia in my mind, one that grew with every passing day. Though no new messages arrived, I often found myself checking my phone, half expecting another disturbing text to appear. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, scanning every room for signs of intrusion and glancing over my shoulder whenever I was outside. Life carried on, but it was no longer the same. The group text had shattered my sense of normalcy, leaving behind a lingering fear that I might never fully escape. Story 8. The moment I looked at my credit card statement, confusion settled in. Among the usual grocery store purchases and online orders was a charge from a restaurant I had never been to. At first, I thought it might have been a mistake, a simple clerical error, perhaps someone else's bill mixed up with mine. But as I read further, my unease grew. The charge wasn't just some small oversight. It was for a lavish meal, far beyond anything I would have ordered on my own. Determined to sort it out, I called the restaurant and explained the situation. The manager on the other end of the line listened politely before assuring me they would look into it. "We'll need you to come in to verify," he said. His tone was professional but left little room for negotiation. I agreed, still baffled by how such a mix-up could have occurred. I couldn't imagine anyone signing my name on a receipt, let alone charging a meal to my card without my knowledge. When I arrived at the restaurant later that afternoon, the manager greeted me with a receipt in hand. He held it out, and my heart sank as I saw what was scrawled at the bottom. It was my signature, or at least a perfect imitation of it. I stared at the paper, feeling a strange mix of disbelief and unease. The handwriting was eerily similar to mine, down to the small flourish I always added to the last letter of my name. "This is your signature, right?" the manager asked, his brow furrowing slightly. I couldn't answer right away. It looked like mine, but I knew I hadn't signed it. I tried to explain to him that I had never been there, that the signature, while convincing, wasn't mine. He frowned, flipping through a ledger of receipts as if searching for answers. "The waiter remembers serving you," he said after a pause, his voice measured. "You even left a generous tip." That made my stomach churn. Not only had someone signed my name, but they had also convinced the staff that it was me. I asked to see security footage, desperate for some kind of proof to clear up the situation. The manager hesitated, but after a few moments he relented and took me to the back office. There, he pulled up grainy footage of a figure seated at a table near the window. My breath caught in my throat as I watched. The person in the video was wearing clothes eerily similar to what I had worn earlier that week. From a distance, their profile bore an unsettling resemblance to mine, just enough to make me doubt myself for a fleeting moment. But I knew it wasn't me. The timing of the footage didn't match. I had been at work during that period, with plenty of witnesses to back me up. I pointed this out to the manager, but he remained skeptical. "Mistakes happen," he said, his tone softening slightly. "Or are you sure you weren't here and just forgot?" The question made me feel absurdly defensive. How could I forget something like this? I racked my brain, trying to make sense of it, but nothing about the situation felt logical. Who could mimic my handwriting so perfectly? Who would go to the trouble of impersonating me for something as mundane as a restaurant meal? That evening, I checked my belongings to see if anything else had been tampered with. My wallet, my credit cards, even my ID, they were all where they should be. Nothing seemed out of place, which only deepened the mystery. If someone had stolen my card, why go to such lengths to return it without my noticing? And how had they managed to forge my signature so perfectly? It wasn't just a matter of copying my handwriting. The small details, the subtle nuances were spot on. Whoever did this knew me well, or at least they had studied me closely. In the days that followed, I became increasingly paranoid. Every time I saw my reflection, I wondered if someone else was out there mimicking me. I started second-guessing my memory, wondering if there was any chance I had been at the restaurant and forgotten. But deep down, I knew that wasn't possible. My routine was predictable, and I had no reason to visit that place. The whole thing felt like an elaborate prank or a calculated move designed to unsettle me. Weeks later, the restaurant called to inform me they couldn't find any further evidence to support my claim. The manager sounded apologetic but firm. "As far as we can tell, you were here," he said. "The charge will remain." I felt a mix of frustration and dread. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was about the nagging feeling that someone was playing a game I didn't understand. The thought that someone could impersonate me so perfectly and get away with it left me feeling exposed in a way I never had before. Even now, I find myself looking over my shoulder, scanning crowds for faces that seem too familiar. I wonder if I'll ever know who did it. or why. But more than anything, I wonder what else they might be planning, and if this was just the beginning of something far stranger than a forged signature on a receipt. Story 9. It started subtly, so subtly that I almost didn't notice it at first. Passing my neighbors on the street had always been a comforting ritual: quick waves, polite smiles, the occasional friendly chat. We weren't especially close, but there was a certain familiarity, a rhythm to our interactions. One morning, I waved at Mr. Daniels, the elderly man who lived across the street and often watered his garden at sunrise. He didn't wave back. He just looked at me, squinting slightly, before turning away and resuming his work. I chalked it up to a bad mood or failing eyesight. After all, he was getting on in years. But then it happened again. A few days later, I saw Mrs. Franklin walking her small, yappy dog along the sidewalk. She had always been cheerful, the type to stop and chat about the weather or her latest baking project. When I greeted her, she stopped, frowned, and then said, "Sorry, do I know you?" Her words hit me like a cold gust of wind. I laughed awkwardly, thinking it was a joke, but her expression didn't change. She looked genuinely puzzled, as if she had never seen me before in her life. I stumbled through a response, something about being her neighbor for years, but she just shook her head and walked away, her dog tugging her along. By the end of the week, it was clear that something was wrong. The neighbors I had known for years, people who had shared smiles and pleasantries with me, now looked at me like I was a stranger. Mr. Daniels, Mrs. Franklin, the couple next door, they all acted like they didn't recognize me. At first, I thought it was some kind of elaborate prank, but the confusion in their eyes seemed too genuine. It wasn't just that they didn't greet me anymore. They actively avoided me. If I waved or said hello, they would either ignore me or respond with guarded, puzzled glances. I began questioning myself. Had I done something to upset them? Had I inadvertently offended the entire neighborhood? I replayed every recent interaction in my mind, searching for something that could explain their behavior, but I came up empty. I even tried asking a few of them directly. "It's me," I said to Mr. Daniels one afternoon, forcing a cheerful tone. "We've been neighbors for years, remember?" He stared at me like I was speaking another language. "I'm sorry," he said slowly, "but I think you have me confused with someone else." His words sent a chill through me. It wasn't just that he didn't recognize me. It was as though he had erased me entirely from his memory. Desperate for answers, I decided to visit the neighborhood association meeting, hoping to confront the issue head-on. As I entered the community center, I could feel the weight of their stares. Conversations stopped, and all eyes turned toward me. I forced a smile and took a seat, trying to appear calm, but the tension in the room was palpable. When the meeting began, no one acknowledged my presence. When I raised my hand to speak, the chairperson looked past me as if I weren't even there. It was as if I had become invisible, a ghost haunting a neighborhood I once called home. I started noticing other strange things. Packages that had always been delivered without issue now went missing or were dropped off at the wrong house. The mail carrier began skipping my address altogether. When I tried to address these issues, people either ignored me or claimed they didn't know who I was. Even the kids who used to play in the cul-de-sacs stopped coming near my house. It was as though I had been cut off from the community entirely, removed from some unspoken agreement of belonging. I began to question my own reality. Could I have imagined my relationships with these people? Had I somehow fabricated years of interactions in my mind? I started digging through old photographs and documents, looking for proof that I had lived in the neighborhood as long as I thought I had. There were photos of block parties, holiday decorations, and summer barbecues, proof that I had been part of this community. Yet none of it seemed to matter. The people in those photos now acted like I was a complete stranger. The situation became unbearable. I tried reaching out to friends outside the neighborhood, but their responses were distant, almost mechanical. It was as though my isolation was spreading, affecting everyone I knew. I stopped going outside except for necessities, afraid of the looks I would receive if I bumped into a neighbor. My once cozy home now felt like a prison, the walls closing in as the world outside became colder and more alien. One night I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to confront the issue directly. I knocked on Mr. Daniels's door, determined to get answers. He opened the door cautiously, his face a mixture of confusion and suspicion. "What do you want?" he asked. His tone was curt, almost hostile. "Why are you all pretending not to know me?" I blurted out, my voice trembling. "We've been neighbors for years. You know who I am." He frowned, looking genuinely bewildered. "I'm sorry," he said after a long pause. "I think you have the wrong house." He shut the door before I could respond. I stood there on his porch, the cool night air biting at my skin, feeling more alone than ever. As I walked back to my house, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. In the reflection of my living room window, I caught a glimpse of myself. But something was off. The person looking back at me didn't quite feel like me. The longer I stared, the more the feeling grew. It wasn't just my neighbors who didn't recognize me. I wasn't sure I recognized myself either. Story 10. The day started like any other, until I realized my sunglasses were missing. I distinctly remembered placing them in my bag the previous evening, as I always did. They were my favorite pair, stylish yet practical, and I rarely went anywhere without them. When I reached into my bag that morning to grab them, they were nowhere to be found. I emptied the contents of my bag onto the table, hoping I had simply overlooked them, but they were not there. It struck me as odd since I was certain I had seen them just the day before. I retraced my steps from the previous day, trying to remember if I had taken the sunglasses out at some point. I couldn't recall doing so. I had gone straight home after work and had not made any stops along the way. I thought perhaps they had fallen out somewhere, but that seemed unlikely. My bag was zipped shut when I arrived home, and I didn't notice anything missing at the time. The situation puzzled me, but I decided to let it go, assuming I must have misplaced them in the house without realizing it. Later that day, as I settled into my desk at work, something unexpected happened. I opened the drawer to grab a pen, and there they were, my sunglasses. They sat neatly in the corner of the drawer, as if they had been there all along. I froze, staring at them, unable to comprehend how they had ended up in my desk. I hadn't used that drawer in days, and I certainly hadn't placed my sunglasses there. My first thought was that someone at work had found them and returned them to me, but why would they put them in my drawer without saying anything? I picked up the sunglasses, examining them closely to confirm they were indeed mine. There was no doubt about it, the small scratch on the frame was unmistakable. I tried to make sense of the situation, but nothing added up. If someone had found them, they would have mentioned it. I glanced around the office, wondering if any of my coworkers might know something. Everyone seemed to be going about their day as usual, offering no indication that they had been involved. The normalcy of the scene only deepened the mystery. As the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't just the strange reappearance of my sunglasses, it was the way they had been placed so deliberately in my desk drawer. It felt calculated, almost as if someone wanted me to find them there. I wondered if this could be some kind of prank, but that seemed out of character for my coworkers. They were friendly and professional, not the type to play games like this. Besides, if it was a joke, why would they stay silent about it? The whole situation left me unsettled. I thought about the possibility that I had absent-mindedly placed the sunglasses in the drawer myself and simply forgotten. But that explanation didn't sit right with me. I was meticulous about keeping my belongings in their usual spots, especially items like my sunglasses that I used frequently. The idea that I would have put them in the drawer without remembering seemed far-fetched. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that someone else was involved. But who and why? The next day, I decided to casually bring up the topic with a few coworkers, hoping to get some clarity. I mentioned losing my sunglasses and then finding them in my desk drawer, framing it as a funny anecdote. Most of them just laughed and said it sounded like something that could happen to anyone. One coworker, however, gave me a strange look. It was brief, almost imperceptible, but it caught my attention. Before I could ask if they knew something, they changed the subject. The interaction left me with more questions than answers. I began to pay closer attention to my surroundings at work, looking for anything unusual. I checked my desk every morning, half expecting to find something else out of place. But everything remained normal to normal. The unease lingered, a constant reminder that someone somewhere had moved my sunglasses without my knowledge. It wasn't just about the sunglasses anymore. It was about the breach of trust, the unsettling feeling that someone was toying with me for reasons I couldn't understand. The mystery of the sunglasses became a small but persistent weight on my mind. I considered installing a camera at my desk to catch any unusual activity, but I hesitated, not wanting to appear paranoid to my coworkers. Instead, I tried to be more vigilant, paying attention to who came near my desk and when. Days turned into weeks, and no other incidents occurred. Yet the memory of that strange day stayed with me, a reminder that not everything in my life was as ordinary as it seemed. Story 11. N. It was an ordinary morning when I woke up and reached for my phone. The soft light of dawn spilling through the curtains. I had just finished brushing my teeth and was preparing for the usual routine. My phone buzzed, signaling a new notification, and I glanced at the screen. There was a voicemail waiting for me, though I didn't recognize the number. Normally, I wouldn't bother listening to an unknown voicemail, but something in my gut told me to check it. Maybe it was important. And I tapped on the voicemail, and as soon as it began, a strange feeling settled over me. The voice on the other end was calm and smooth, but there was something unsettling about it. It wasn't someone I knew, and the voice had an odd, almost mechanical tone. I listened closely as the message continued, and my heart began to race. The voice spoke, detailing my day ahead step by step in a way that felt eerily familiar. "You will be going to your morning meeting at 9 a.m., the voice began. "Your lunch with Sarah is at noon, and the presentation you've been preparing for is at 2 p.m. I froze. The details it provided were accurate. I had indeed scheduled a meeting at 9 a.m., lunch with Sarah at noon, and a presentation that I had been working on for weeks at 2 p.m. But I hadn't shared any of this with anyone, not even Sarah. There was no way someone could have known these plans, unless they'd been watching me, or worse, somehow listening in on my private thoughts. I couldn't explain how the voicemail knew everything that I had set for the day. The voice didn't stop there, though. It continued, adding even more specific details about my day. "You'll walk into the cafe at 3:30 p.m., order your usual, and sit by the window. The sun will be setting as you sip your coffee." I felt the blood drain from my face. My heart began to pound in my chest, and I suddenly felt as if the room was closing in around me. The cafe was indeed on my schedule for the afternoon, and I always sat by the window, a habit I had kept to myself for months. The voice had captured every detail, including the setting sun, which only added to the unnerving accuracy of the message. I couldn't sit still anymore. My hands shook as I clutched the phone to my ear, unable to tear myself away from the voice. It seemed to know everything. The next part of the voicemail was even more unsettling. "Don't forget the key you'll need at 4:15 p.m. You'll know it when you see it." I had no idea what this meant. I hadn't planned to go anywhere at 4:15 p.m., nor had I thought about any key, but the voicemail's certainty left me no room to question it. I quickly ended the voicemail, feeling a surge of panic. Who had left this message? How had they known so much about me? I checked my call log, hoping to trace the unknown number, but it showed only a blank entry, as though the voicemail had appeared out of nowhere. There was no indication of where it had come from, who it had come from, or why it had been sent. It was as though the entire message had materialized from thin air, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was just the beginning. I spent the next few hours going through my morning as planned, trying to push the voicemail to the back of my mind, but it lingered, like a dark cloud that wouldn't dissipate. As the morning passed, I couldn't help but watch for the events that the voicemail had outlined. The meeting at 9 a.m. went as expected, but the strange unease in the back of my mind never left. I thought about the message, about how the voicemail had predicted the exact time and place of each event, and it was as if I was following some sort of script. At noon I met Sarah for lunch, and the whole time I kept waiting for something to happen. I was waiting for the next part of the voicemail to come true, for some strange twist to appear. But nothing out of the ordinary happened. We talked, we ate, and the day moved forward in a way that felt both normal and wrong at the same time. After lunch, I went back to my office to prepare for my presentation. It was then that I remembered the voice had mentioned the key I would need at 4:15 p.m. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What key? And why would the voicemail be so specific about it? By the time 3:30 p.m. rolled around, I was walking toward the cafe the voicemail had mentioned. My steps were slow, deliberate, as if I were walking through a dream. I couldn't help but wonder if the voicemail was watching me, waiting for me to fulfill the prophecy it had laid out. When I entered the cafe, I automatically made my way to the window, just as the voicemail had said. I ordered my usual drink, feeling like I was caught in some strange loop, and sat down, staring out the window as the sun began to set. The voice had predicted everything perfectly. It had known where I would sit, what I would order, and when the sun would begin to dip below the horizon. I sipped my coffee slowly, feeling more and more disoriented with each passing minute. I kept expecting someone to walk in or something to happen, something that would explain everything. But the cafe was quiet, and everything continued as normal. I checked the time, and as if on cue, 4:15 p.m. arrived. My phone buzzed again, and I looked at it, half expecting to see another strange voicemail, but there was nothing new. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the key would show up somehow. When I returned home later that evening, I found a small envelope sitting on my doorstep. I picked it up cautiously, almost afraid of what I might find inside. Inside was a single key, plain and unmarked. My breath caught in my throat. It was the key that the voicemail had mentioned. How had it gotten here? Who had left it? I held it in my hand, unable to move, unable to breathe. I didn't know whether to feel relief or terror. The voicemail had known everything, down to the smallest details, and now it had followed me home. I stood there, frozen on my doorstep, holding the key. What was I supposed to do with it? What was its purpose? The voicemail had left me no clues other than the cryptic words, "You'll know it when you see it." But I had no idea what it was for, or why it had been sent to me. All I could do was stare at the key, knowing that my life had just been irrevocably altered. The voicemail had predicted my day, my actions, and now I was holding the key to something unknown. I wasn't sure I was ready to find out what it all meant, Story 12. It had been a frustrating few weeks. I had misplaced my personal journal, the one I kept hidden away for moments of reflection, and I was convinced it was gone forever. I searched through every nook and cranny of my apartment, retracing my steps and looking in places I might have overlooked. The journal was not just any notebook, it was where I poured out my thoughts, dreams, and fears. Losing it felt like losing a piece of myself, and I found it hard to move on from the idea that it was gone. I spent hours digging through drawers, looking under the bed, and even checking my car, hoping it had somehow ended up there. I asked friends and family if they had seen it, but no one had. Each day that passed without finding it made the absence of the journal more pressing. It wasn't just a collection of thoughts, it was a record of my life, my past, and my hopes for the future. I couldn't understand how it could just vanish. I had been so careful about where I kept it. No one had been in my apartment, and I hadn't lent it to anyone. It seemed impossible that it could simply disappear. After a few weeks of feeling like I was going crazy, I began to accept the idea that the journal might never return. I had already started trying to move on, to process the absence as a loss, but it was a struggle. Each day I could feel the space left by the missing journal, a gap in my routine that I couldn't fill. I tried to focus on other things, but every time I opened the drawer where I kept it, I was reminded of the empty space inside. It felt like a part of me had been lost, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't let go of the feeling that it should be there. Then, one day I walked into my apartment after work and saw something strange. My journal was sitting on my desk, exactly where I had left it before it disappeared. I stood there for a moment, completely stunned. The sight of it felt like a miracle. I had almost given up hope of ever seeing it again. But what caught my attention even more than its sudden return was the fact that it was open. The pages were turned to a section one hadn't seen before, one I didn't even remember writing. I felt a rush of confusion, a sense of unease creeping over me. I hadn't written in that part of the journal, and yet there it was, in my handwriting. At first I thought I might have forgotten some of the entries I had made before it went missing. It was entirely possible that I had written those pages long ago and they had simply slipped my mind. But as I read through the new entries, I began to realize that they were about things I hadn't experienced yet. They described events I hadn't lived through, situations I couldn't have known about at the time of writing. The handwriting was undeniably mine, but the content was foreign, as if someone had been writing in my journal while I wasn't around. The entries were recent, and they spoke of thoughts and feelings I had never had before. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. The entries weren't just random thoughts, they were detailed, as though the person who had written them knew me intimately. The entries described interactions I had with friends and co-workers, people I had seen that week, conversations I had participated in. It was as though someone had been shadowing my life, recording my every move. The worst part was that it wasn't just the events that seemed unfamiliar. The tone, the style of writing felt slightly off. It was like reading a version of myself that wasn't entirely mine. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that perhaps I had written the entries myself during a moment of forgetfulness. Maybe I had been stressed or distracted, and the events had slipped from my mind. But as I continued reading, I realized that these new entries seemed to know more about me than I did. There were details about my life, my thoughts, and my fears that I hadn't even acknowledged. The journal entries mentioned places I had gone, people I had met, and things I had said, all with an eerie accuracy that made me question my own memory. I spent the next few days in a daze trying to piece together what had happened. How had my journal gone missing? And how had it reappeared with new entries? I kept thinking about the idea that someone else had been writing in it. But who? And why? The most disturbing thought was the realization that the entries seemed to predict events before they happened. There were references to conversations and interactions that hadn't occurred yet, as if the writer had somehow known the future. The thought was too terrifying to entertain, yet it lingered in my mind, growing darker the more I thought about it. I tried to confront the idea logically. Perhaps I had let someone borrow the journal without remembering, or maybe someone had found it and taken it without my knowledge. But even as I considered these possibilities, I knew they didn't make sense. No one had been in my apartment, and I had never shared the journal with anyone. The handwriting was undeniably mine, yet it didn't feel like my own words. It was as if the journal had taken on a life of its own, a life I didn't control. To make matters worse, I began to notice that some of the events described in the journal were starting to happen. People were saying things to me that I had read about in the journal days earlier. The conversations, the actions, the small details, they were all falling into place just as they had been written. It was as if I had become trapped in a narrative I didn't fully understand, and the pages of my journal were controlling the course of my life. Each time I opened the journal, I was forced to confront the unnerving truth. Someone or something had been writing in my place. As the days wore on, I became more and more paranoid. I couldn't stop thinking about the missing time, the weeks when I had no idea where my journal had gone or what had been happening while it was gone. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, watching for any signs that things were out of place. I started questioning my own memories, wondering if I had somehow written those entries in a moment of forgetfulness. But the more I read, the more it became clear that I had no control over what was being written. I was no longer the author of my own story. Eventually, I decided to lock the journal away, keeping it hidden in a drawer where I thought it might be safe. I told myself that I needed to stop reading it, that I had to let go of the strange feeling that had overtaken me. But the journal remained a constant presence in my mind. I couldn't stop wondering what would happen next, what new entries might appear, or what part of my life would be written down before I had the chance to experience it. It was as if I was no longer living my life. Instead, I was reading it, one entry at a time, waiting for the next twist in a story I could no longer control. Weeks passed, and the journal stayed locked away. I tried to move on, to live my life without being consumed by the mystery of it all, but the fear lingered. I had learned things from the journal, things I shouldn't have known. Things that felt like they were written by someone else who had taken control of my life. I had to wonder, would the journal ever stop writing? Would it eventually tell me everything? Or was I doomed to live in the shadow of its pages forever? Story 13. It was just another typical day at the gym, or so I thought. I had finished my workout earlier than usual, feeling good and ready to call it a day. My muscles were sore but satisfied from the session, and I was eager to change and head home. I grabbed my towel and walked over to my locker. The familiar sound of the gym buzzing around me, the clink of weights, the hum of treadmills, and the low murmur of people chatting. When I arrived at my locker, I entered the combination and swung the door open, expecting to retrieve my shoes and leave. But something was wrong. Instead of seeing my sneakers neatly inside, I noticed that the shoes were slightly out of place, as though someone had been rummaging through my things. They were still where I had left them, but there was something stuffed inside the right shoe, something I hadn't put there. I reached in, a small sense of unease beginning to creep up my spine. As I pulled it out, I saw that it was an ID card, someone else's ID card. I stared at it for a moment, a weight of confusion settling over me. It was an access card for the gym, not a personal ID, but it still didn't make sense. Why would it be inside my shoes? I turned the card over, trying to make sense of the situation. The name on it didn't seem familiar to me. It wasn't anyone I recognized from the gym, and the photo on the card didn't match anyone I had ever seen there. The card had a number of a different locker written on it as well. My first thought was that it was some kind of mistake. Perhaps someone had accidentally left it in my locker, or maybe it had been mixed up with mine during a cleaning or maintenance session. But the more I thought about it, the less likely that seemed. Why would an access card be inside my shoes? Who would have placed it there? I looked around the locker room, but everyone seemed busy with their own things. There was no one looking at me, no one who seemed to notice the strange situation unfolding in front of me. I checked the area around my locker for any signs of tampering or anything unusual, but there was nothing. I felt the weight of the card in my hand, the cool plastic smooth beneath my fingers, but it didn't provide any answers. Who could have put it there? And why? The only other possibility I could think of was that someone had intentionally put it there. But who would do that, and what was their purpose? I felt a small knot of unease tighten in my stomach as I slipped the card back into my pocket. The sense of discomfort grew as I started to question whether someone had been watching me, waiting for the right moment to mess with my things. I glanced around the room again, more cautiously this time, scanning the faces of the gym goers. There was a man near the far end of the locker room, bending down to tie his shoes, but he didn't seem to notice anything unusual. A woman at the sink wasn't paying attention either. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my space, violating my privacy in a way that felt deeply unsettling. But there were no obvious clues, no immediate answers. I decided to leave the locker room and go speak to the staff at the front desk. As I walked through the gym, the usual sounds felt muffled, almost distant. The chatter of the other members, the clatter of weights, it all seemed far away as I processed what had just happened. Who would put an ID card in my shoes? Why didn't anyone else seem to notice anything? I reached the front desk, where the receptionist smiled at me as I approached. I asked her if there had been any reports of someone losing an access card, or if anyone had come in asking about a misplaced item. She seemed to think for a moment before shaking her head. "No, we haven't had any reports like that today," she replied, her voice calm. "Is it yours?" I handed her the card, but she didn't seem to recognize the name on it either. "Sorry, we can check our system to see if anyone's reported a lost card, but I don't know if that'll help much. If you're concerned, we can review the security footage." That was the last thing I wanted to do, watch security footage of someone messing with my things. The idea that I might be on camera, unaware, while someone else snooped through my locker and left behind their ID card was unsettling. But what else could I do? The situation felt too strange to ignore. I left the desk, the card still in my hand, and tried to shake off the feeling of paranoia creeping in. As I stepped out of the gym, I looked over my shoulder, almost expecting to see someone watching me. But there was no one there. The world outside was ordinary, the streets as busy and noisy as ever. But the oddity of what had happened in the locker room stayed with me, gnawing at the back of my mind. What did it mean that someone had placed their ID card inside my shoes? It felt like a strange, silent message, something I couldn't quite decode. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept thinking about the card, about who could have left it there, and what they wanted from me. I couldn't make sense of it. It didn't seem like a prank, it felt too deliberate, too invasive. I tried to tell myself it was just a mistake, a misunderstanding. But the longer I thought about it, the less convinced I became. Who would take the time to slip an ID card into someone else's shoes, and why would they choose to do it with me? The next day, I decided to go back to the gym early, hoping that the situation might make more sense in the light of day. As I entered the locker room, I was hyper aware of my surroundings, almost expecting to see something out of place again. My locker was exactly where I had left it, nothing unusual. No one else was in the locker room, but I still felt uneasy. I opened my locker again, half expecting to find the same ID card inside my shoes, but there was nothing there this time. No card, no sign that anything had ever been disturbed. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Maybe it had been a weird fluke, or maybe someone had realized their mistake. But the nagging feeling lingered, a quiet voice telling me that I wasn't fully done with this strange mystery yet. I couldn't help but wonder if someone was trying to send me a message, if there was something I was supposed to understand about the card, about the shoes, about the strange act of placing the ID in them. Was I being watched? Was it someone I knew, someone close to me, or was it a complete stranger? The questions remained unanswered, the card's true meaning still hidden beneath a layer of ambiguity. And as I returned to my workout routine, I couldn't help but glance around, wondering if the stranger who had left the card behind would be watching me again, waiting for the next move. Story 14. It was a quiet morning when I noticed the notification on my phone. My fitness tracker, a device I had received as a gift but never used, had synced itself with my account. This alone was strange, as I hadn't even bothered to charge it in months, let alone wear it. The notification informed me about steps I had supposedly taken at 2 in the morning, a time when I was certainly fast asleep. I stared at the screen, confused and slightly unsettled. How could a tracker I never used record activity? At first I thought it might be a glitch. Technology wasn't infallible, and perhaps the tracker had malfunctioned. But the more I looked at the details, the more unnerving it became. The notification wasn't just a generic message about steps, it provided a detailed log. According to the tracker, I had walked over 1,000 steps in the early hours of the morning, pacing through what seemed to be several rooms of my house. The data was eerily specific, listing distances and even tracking what it referred to as consistent movement patterns. I immediately went to find the tracker, unsure of what I would discover. It was exactly where I had left it, in a drawer in my desk, completely untouched. When I picked it up, it didn't even turn on. The battery had long since died, as I expected. I held it in my hand, staring at the lifeless screen and wondering how it could have possibly recorded anything. My heart began to race as I considered the implications. If I hadn't warned the tracker, who or what had? I checked my phone again, diving deeper into the app's records. The data showed movement within the house, specifically around the living room, kitchen, and hallway. It even recorded a climb in elevation, suggesting someone had gone up the stairs to the second floor. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized this movement was consistent with the layout of my house. It was as though someone or something had been wandering through my home in the middle of the night. The thought made my stomach turn. I was certain I hadn't been the one to take those steps. My first instinct was to look around the house. I searched for any signs of an intruder: an open window, a door left ajar, footprints, anything that could explain the mysterious activity. But everything seemed perfectly normal. The doors were locked, the windows were secure, and there was no evidence of anyone else being inside. Still, the feeling of unease was impossible to shake. The tracker's data didn't lie. Someone or something had been moving around my home at 2 in the morning. I tried to rationalize what had happened, but the explanations I came up with didn't hold up under scrutiny. Could it have been a mistake in the app? Maybe the tracker had somehow recorded data from a nearby device. But even that didn't make sense, as the recorded steps perfectly matched the layout of my home. It was as if the tracker had been worn by someone who knew exactly where they were going, moving with purpose through the house while I slept. The thought made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside felt like a threat. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. What if someone had been in the house? What if they had found the tracker, worn it, and deliberately synced it to my account as some sort of twisted message? The idea seemed far-fetched, but I couldn't rule it out. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. Still, the sense of unease lingered. The next day, I decided to investigate further. I reached out to the customer support team for the tracker's app, explaining the situation and asking if they could verify the data. The representative I spoke with seemed confused at first, but promised to look into it. They said they would check the server logs to see if there was any unusual activity linked to my account. While I waited for a response, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. The idea that someone might have been in my home, walking through my rooms while I slept, was almost too much to bear. A few days later, I received an email from the company. They confirmed that the data was accurate and that the steps had indeed been recorded at 2 in the morning. However, they couldn't explain how the tracker had synced itself or why it had recorded movement when it wasn't being worn. The representative suggested it might be a rare technical glitch and apologized for any inconvenience. Their response did little to ease my concerns. If anything, it only made things worse. A glitch couldn't account for the specificity of the data or the eerie timing of the activity. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I set up cameras around the house, hoping to catch anything unusual. For several nights I kept a close watch, reviewing the footage each morning, but nothing happened. The house was quiet, the cameras showed no signs of movement, and the tracker remained untouched in its drawer. It was as though the event had been a one-time anomaly, a strange and inexplicable occurrence that left more questions than answers. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that notification. The memory of it haunts me, a reminder that there are things we can't always explain. The tracker remains in the drawer, untouched and unused. I can't bring myself to wear it, not after what happened. Every time I see it, I'm reminded of those steps, those movements through my house in the dead of night. Whether it was a glitch, a prank, or something far more sinister, I may never know the truth. All I know is that the experience has left me with a lingering sense of unease, a feeling that I'm not quite as alone in my home as I once thought. Story 15. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when I noticed something strange about my office keycard. I had always been familiar with the usual routine of swiping it to access the building and the floors I was assigned to. My desk was on the 4th floor, and every day I'd swipe my card at the entrance to the building, walk to the elevators, and press the button for the 4th floor. This morning, however, something felt off. As I approached the elevator, I instinctively swiped my keycard to ensure access. But the usual green light didn't appear. Instead, there was a soft, almost imperceptible click, and the elevator doors opened immediately. I stepped inside, wondering if perhaps I had misheard or misunderstood the process. The moment I stepped in, I realized the floor selection buttons looked different than usual. The 4th floor, where I worked, was still marked, but other floors were listed that I didn't recognize. Floors 6, 7, 12, and 15 were displayed on the panel, and I knew I had never been assigned to any of them. My keycard, as far as I knew, had never allowed me access to these floors before. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if this was a mistake, a malfunction in the building's security system, but the curiosity gnawed at me. I had to know what was going on. Without thinking much further, I swiped the card again, and the light flickered, showing a green glow beside the unassigned floor number 12. The elevator began to ascend, and I pressed the button for the floor, even though it was an area I had never been to in all the months I had worked at the company. The ride was smooth, and in just a few seconds, I arrived on the mysterious 12th floor. The doors opened with a soft chime, and I stepped out feeling both curious and apprehensive. The floor was eerily quiet as I walked down the corridor. The walls were painted a sterile white with sleek, modern office doors lining both sides. The air smelled faintly of freshly brewed coffee, and there were no sounds of conversation or typing, as if the floor had been abandoned for some time. I noticed several nameplates on the doors. None of them were familiar to me. None were related to anyone I had ever heard of in the company. It felt strange, almost unsettling, as if I had stumbled into a part of the building that was meant to remain hidden, a forgotten area that no one ever spoke of. I walked further, unsure of what I was even looking for, when I saw a small break room at the end of the hall. It was lit by fluorescent lights, and the tables were immaculate, almost untouched, as if no one had ever used them. I could see a coffee machine on the counter, but there were no cups, no signs of any employees even coming here. The silence felt oppressive, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there. I turned back toward the elevator, debating whether I should leave or investigate further. Before I could make a decision, I heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. I quickly glanced over my shoulder but saw nothing. My heart raced, and I quickly swiped my card again, sending the elevator back down to the main floor. The doors closed with an audible whoosh, and I couldn't help but wonder what I had just experienced. Why had my keycard suddenly granted me access to a floor I had never known existed? And why had I never heard of anyone mentioning this part of the building? When I returned to my desk, I tried to brush off the incident as some kind of glitch, a mistake in the building system. But the more I thought about it, the more questions arose. How was it possible that my keycard had granted access to these unassigned floors? Was this an error that others had experienced, or was it something personal, something only I had stumbled upon? I glanced around at my coworkers, wondering if any of them had encountered the same strange occurrence. But no one seemed to have any answers, and the mystery only deepened. That evening, I decided to do some research. I checked the company's internal database, looking for any mention of the floors I had accessed earlier that day. To my surprise, I found nothing. No documents, no floor plans, no mention of any floors above the 10th. It was as if the floors I had visited didn't exist on any official record. This only added to my unease, and I started wondering if I was the only one who could access these strange, secretive parts of the building. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as I sat at my desk. Every time I glanced up, I felt like someone was observing me, waiting for me to notice something I hadn't yet realized. I couldn't focus on my work as I had before. My thoughts kept drifting back to the 12th floor, to the unmarked rooms and silent hallways. What was going on in that part of the building? And why had no one ever told me about it? Every time I swiped my keycard, I half expected to see the green light flash for one of those other floors. But each time I was greeted only with the familiar glow of the 4th floor. I decided to go back. This time I couldn't ignore the feeling that there was something hidden there, something important that I needed to uncover. I waited until after hours when the building was emptier and fewer people were around to notice. With my heart pounding in my chest, I swiped my card at the elevator again. The doors opened, and I selected the 12th floor. This time I didn't hesitate. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I had to find out. As I stepped out onto the quiet 12th floor once more, the air felt even heavier than before. The silence seemed more profound, and I felt a strange sense of being drawn to the hallway at the far end of the floor. This time, however, there was a small sign on the door I hadn't noticed before. It was simple, plain, and unassuming, but it sent a shiver down my spine. The sign simply read, "Authorized personnel only." I approached the door slowly, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. Something was telling me that I shouldn't open it, that whatever lay beyond this door was not meant for my eyes. But my curiosity pushed me forward. I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside was a room full of computer monitors, all of which were dark except for a few flickering lights. The space looked like a security room, but it was much more advanced, much more isolated. There were no other people around, and the equipment seemed outdated, yet strangely sophisticated in a way I couldn't explain. I walked closer to one of the desks, where a small stack of papers sat. As I picked one up, I realized it was a series of reports on building access. My name was at the top of one of them. The words blurred together in my mind as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. These reports seemed to track my every movement within the building when I swiped my card, where I went, and what floors I accessed. There was even a note in bold that read, "Elevator access granted for floors 6, 7, and 12. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Somehow someone knew I had been on these unassigned floors, and they were watching me. Before I could take another step, the lights in the room flickered and went out, plunging me into darkness. My heart raced as I heard the distant sound of footsteps approaching. I quickly dropped the papers, swiping my card to head back to the elevator. As the doors closed behind me, I felt a cold, creeping dread wash over me. Someone knew what I had seen, and I wasn't sure if I was meant to leave that room, or if I was now part of something far bigger than I could comprehend. I returned to my desk, my hands shaking as I tried to pretend nothing had happened. But deep down, I knew the truth. My office keycard was no longer just a tool for access. It was a key to a hidden world. A world I wasn't sure I wanted to be a part of. And no matter how hard I tried to forget about the strange rooms and reports, I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone in this building. Someone was always watching. Story 16. It was a quiet evening when I first received the notification. My phone buzzed, signaling a new alert, and I picked it up absent-mindedly, thinking it was just another update from a news app or a social media post. However, when I saw the message from my credit card company, my heart skipped a beat. The alert stated that a recent purchase had been flagged as suspicious. A quick glance at the screen confirmed that a transaction had been made on my account for an amount that I knew I hadn't spent. What was more unsettling, however, was that the merchant listed for the purchase was completely unfamiliar to me. It wasn't a store I recognized, nor was it a service I had ever used. The name was a jumble of letters and numbers that didn't even seem like a proper business name. I immediately opened the notification and tried to get more information. The transaction was listed with a date just a few hours prior, and the merchant's name was indeed nonsensical. It was almost as if the company had deliberately chosen something to obscure the true nature of the purchase. There was no website link, no address, and no identifiable business contact. In fact, the more I looked, the more confused I became. I hadn't made any purchases recently that were out of the ordinary. I was always careful with my spending, and any online transaction I made was through reputable sources. So, how could this have happened? I quickly contacted the credit card company's customer service line. The representative was polite, but he didn't have much information either. He confirmed that there was a transaction that matched the details I provided, but he couldn't offer any explanation for the mysterious merchant. I was advised to cancel my card to prevent further unauthorized purchases, which I did immediately. They promised to launch an investigation into the matter and assured me I wouldn't be liable for any fraudulent charges. But despite their reassurances, a sense of unease settled in. Something about the whole situation didn't feel right. How had my card details been compromised? And more importantly, who was behind this mysterious purchase? As the hours passed, I tried to retrace my steps to see if I could figure out how my credit card information had been accessed. I hadn't lost my wallet or phone, and I was certain I hadn't shared my card details with anyone. I had only used it for regular purchases in recent weeks, all of which were legitimate. I hadn't even shopped online in the past few days, so where had this purchase come from? I considered the possibility of a data breach at a company I had purchased from, but I hadn't heard any reports of such incidents involving my credit card company or retailers I frequented. The next morning, I went over my recent transactions again, looking for any other suspicious activity, but everything else seemed in order. I also checked my email and bank statements to ensure nothing else out of the ordinary had happened, but that single, unidentifiable purchase continued to bother me. The merchant's name, while strange, wasn't the only oddity. There was also the fact that the charge had been made so recently, yet I had no recollection of it at all. In fact, I couldn't think of a single reason why I would have made that purchase. I had been home, working on my usual routine. There was no reason for me to be in any store or online shop. As I sat at my desk, pondering the situation, I received a second notification from my credit card company. This time it was an alert about a pending charge from the same mysterious merchant. The amount wasn't large, but it was enough to make my stomach churn. I quickly called the credit card company again, explaining the new charge. The representative again assured me that they would take care of the issue, but this time I demanded more details. I needed to know who was behind these transactions. The representative said they would escalate the matter, but they still couldn't provide any further information about the merchant. They promised to continue their investigation and advised me to remain cautious, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I had no idea who or what I was dealing with. Over the following days, I found myself growing increasingly paranoid. I checked my credit card statements multiple times a day, and I avoided using my card altogether. Even though I had canceled it, the fear that someone might have access to my financial information was consuming. I considered the possibility of identity theft, but it seemed too strange to be a simple case of stolen data. Who would make purchases under my name from a merchant that didn't exist, or at least didn't have any identifiable information? The more I thought about it, the more I began to feel like I was being targeted in some way, but I couldn't figure out why or by whom. I did a quick search online to see if anyone else had experienced a similar issue. To my surprise, I found a number of reports from people who had received notifications about purchases from the same mysterious merchant. Some had been flagged for strange, untraceable transactions, while others had experienced similar confusion about the details of the charges. It seemed as though a pattern was emerging, though no one had any clear answers. It was as if we were all being targeted, but no one knew who was behind it or what the purpose was. The name of the merchant didn't show up on any search engine results, nor did it appear on any reputable consumer protection websites. I reached out to some of the other people who had posted about their experiences online. It was mostly through a few consumer forums and discussion boards where people shared their concerns about similar fraudulent charges. Some people believed the merchant was part of a scam operation, while others speculated it could be an elaborate form of identity theft. A few mentioned that they had contacted their local authorities, but no one seemed to have concrete answers. It was all just speculation and frustration. A week later, I received a third notification from my credit card company. This time, the charge was smaller, but the same unidentified merchant was involved. The investigation, according to the representative, was still ongoing, but they couldn't provide any updates. I was starting to feel like I was caught in some kind of strange, unending loop where my financial security was being breached, but no one could explain why or how. The more I looked into it, the more I realized how little I actually knew about the situation. The merchant didn't exist, at least not in any form that I could understand. As time passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something bigger was at play. My credit card company had assured me they were doing everything they could, but their inability to identify the merchant or offer any real answers left me feeling helpless. I couldn't stop wondering if this was the beginning of something worse. Would more fraudulent transactions show up in the coming days? Would I ever figure out who was behind all of this? It was a question that nagged at me, one that I couldn't ignore. As I sat in my apartment late one night, I stared at the notification again, reading the words over and over. Who was this merchant? And why were they targeting me? Story 17. I froze at his words. Tunnels. I had no idea what he was talking about. My apartment building was old, sure, but I had never heard of any tunnels beneath it. The maintenance worker stood there, holding the clipboard out to me, waiting for me to take it. His expression was calm, but there was a glimmer in his eyes, something unsettling, as though he knew more than he was letting on. I glanced at the clipboard, but it looked like a standard maintenance form, with lines for signatures and dates. I took a step back, my mind racing. Tunnels? What tunnels? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. He didn't seem surprised by my confusion. Instead, he responded in a matter-of-fact tone. The underground access. It's for maintenance purposes. You know, plumbing, wiring, things like that. But his words did nothing to reassure me. I had lived here for years, and had never once heard about anything like tunnels being part of the building's infrastructure. I stared at him, still unsure of what to do. Part of me wanted to refuse and shut the door in his face, but something about his calm demeanor made me hesitate. Maybe it was just some new procedure I wasn't aware of. Still, the more I thought about it, the more unsettling the situation became. Why hadn't I ever been told about these tunnels? And why was he asking me to sign something to access them? My gut told me there was something he wasn't telling me, something important I needed to know. The worker, noticing my hesitation, simply nodded toward the clipboard. "I can't start the work until you sign," he said, his tone polite but insistent. But there was no urgency in his voice, no hint that it was a matter of importance. It felt wrong, too easy, too casual, like he was expecting me to comply without question. And that's when I realized I couldn't remember ever having been informed that work was being done in the building at all. I took a step away from the door, shaking my head. "I don't think I'm going to sign anything until I get more information," I said, trying to sound confident, though doubt and fear were creeping in. The worker didn't react with anger or frustration. Instead, he simply smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "It's just a formality," he said softly, his tone almost soothing. "You don't need to worry. It's all in the paperwork." But I didn't trust him. "I'll need to speak with the building management first," I insisted, more firmly this time. The worker's smile faltered, but he didn't argue. Instead, he gave a short nod and turned to leave, but not before pausing for a moment to glance over his shoulder. "The tunnels aren't for everyone," he said cryptically before walking down the hall. I stood there, heart pounding, watching him disappear around the corner. I didn't know what to think. Who was that man? And why had he been so eager to get me to sign something? Tunnels. I couldn't shake the image of a dark, underground passageway running beneath the building, hidden away from everyone except those with the right access. A sense of unease settled over me, and I quickly closed the door and locked it, double-checking the deadbolt. I decided to call the building management office immediately, hoping to get some clarity. But when I called, the receptionist seemed just as confused as I was. She had no knowledge of any maintenance involving tunnels or underground access. No one had mentioned any work being done in the building, especially not anything that required special access or permission. Her voice grew more uncertain as she promised to check with the property manager and get back to me, but my unease only deepened. If there was no scheduled maintenance, then who had the worker been? And why had he come to my apartment with such an unusual request? I waited anxiously for her call back, my mind filled with questions. Why would someone be working in tunnels beneath the building? And why hadn't I been informed? The whole thing felt like a bad dream, like I was being drawn into something I didn't fully understand. I couldn't shake the image of the worker's knowing smile, his cryptic words lingering in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how strange and out of place everything had been. Hours later, the receptionist finally returned my call. She confirmed that the property manager had no idea about any maintenance involving tunnels. In fact, she mentioned that there had been no scheduled work orders at all for the building that week. My heart sank. That meant the worker had lied, or worse, had been sent with some ulterior motive. I could feel my pulse quickening as I replayed the entire interaction in my mind. I called a few neighbors, hoping to gather more information, but none of them had seen the worker or had any idea what I was talking about. I even went to the building's maintenance office to ask if they knew about any work being done in the building, but no one there had heard anything about tunnels or special access requests either. Everyone seemed just as confused as I was, and the longer I spent trying to figure out what had happened, the more I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The incident left me with more questions than answers. Who had sent the maintenance worker to my door? And why did he mention tunnels? What was his true purpose? And what would have happened if I had signed that clipboard? My curiosity gnawed at me, but I couldn't shake the fear that there was something much more sinister at play. That night I found myself unable to sleep, the thought of hidden underground spaces haunting my thoughts. I couldn't help but wonder what might be lurking beneath the surface, just out of sight. What kind of secrets did this building hold? The worker had acted like it was a normal request, but everything about it felt off, like I had narrowly avoided stumbling into something I was never supposed to know about. And as the days passed, the unsettling feeling didn't go away. Every creak of the floorboards and every flicker of the lights made me wonder if someone or something was still watching. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been on the verge of uncovering something dangerous, something buried beneath the surface of the building that no one was meant to see. The memory of that clipboard haunted me, and I couldn't help but feel that the tunnels the worker had mentioned were real, and that, for reasons I still didn't understand, I had been kept in the dark about them all along. Story 18. When the email landed in my inbox, I barely gave it a second glance. It was from a travel agency I had never heard of, with the subject line reading, "Your upcoming business trip." At first I thought it might have been a mistake or a mix-up with someone else's information. It was only when I opened the email that my confusion deepened. The itinerary inside was detailed, with flight details, hotel reservations, and meetings scheduled in cities I had never planned to visit. I sat there staring at the screen for a moment, trying to make sense of it. I had no memory of booking a business trip, nor had anyone mentioned anything to me about upcoming travel. The dates listed were in the next few weeks, which meant the trip was fast approaching. I quickly scanned through the details again, hoping to find some clue that might explain why I had received this email. The itinerary was thorough, far more thorough than something I would have forgotten making. It even included a schedule of meetings with clients I didn't recognize. Everything about it felt off. I picked up the phone and called my boss. She answered on the second ring, her voice warm but distracted as usual. I explained the situation, asking if there had been any mistake, or if perhaps the company had booked this trip for me without telling me. She sounded puzzled, asking me to forward the email to her so she could check with the team. "I don't know anything about this," she said, after reading through the itinerary. "This isn't something we've organized for you." Her response left me even more unsettled. If my boss didn't know anything about it, who had made these arrangements? I tried calling the travel agency listed in the email, but the number led to a voicemail box. I left a message, requesting clarification and hoping they could provide more information. The thought that someone had gone through the trouble of arranging this trip for me was both perplexing and disconcerting. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than a simple mistake. If someone had booked this without my knowledge, why hadn't they contacted me directly to confirm the details? The next day, I received a follow-up email from the travel agency. The tone was polite but strangely formal, as if they had expected me to receive this itinerary with no questions. The email reiterated the same trip details, even confirming my flight number and seat reservation. It also included a note that the trip was fully funded and I had no need to worry about expenses. I was told to simply review the attached documents and prepare for my departure. The email made no mention of confirming my attendance or approval. It felt like a directive, not a request. I spent the next few hours attempting to piece together any possible explanations. I searched through my calendar, hoping I might have overlooked an event or a conversation that would make sense of the trip. But there was nothing. No meetings scheduled, no events I had been invited to. I searched my inbox for any previous communications from the travel agency, but nothing seemed to fit. The more I searched, the more it seemed like this trip had been arranged without my consent, without my knowledge, and without my involvement in any way. I tried to ignore the rising sense of unease in my stomach as I double-checked everything: my calendar, my email, even my flight status. Nothing added up. I had never traveled for business outside of a few routine trips, but this one felt different. Why was it so detailed? Why were the flights already booked? Who would have the authority to make these decisions on my behalf? Days passed, and the trip loomed closer. I still hadn't heard from anyone who could explain it. The travel agency remained silent, not returning my calls or emails. I called the airline to confirm the flight, and sure enough, my name was on the list for the upcoming flight. I tried to change the booking, but I was told I would need the confirmation code or authorization from the travel agency. I was stuck in a bizarre situation, where it seemed like someone else had already made all the decisions for me, and I was left to figure out how and why. On the morning of the trip, I stood at the airport, feeling like I was walking into someone else's life. Everything about the trip, right down to the hotel and the itinerary, felt foreign, like it had been planned by someone else, for someone else. I had no idea what to expect when I arrived at my destination. The meetings on the itinerary were with clients whose names meant nothing to me. There was no context, no explanation, and no way to prepare for something that felt so out of place. As the day went on, the unsettling feeling only deepened. The city I was visiting was unfamiliar, and the meetings, though pleasant, were with people who didn't seem to recognize me. I played along, doing my best to look confident and professional, but the whole experience felt like I was going through the motions of a life that wasn't mine. Every detail had been arranged, but I had no idea who had done it or why. There was no explanation for how I had ended up in this strange, disjointed situation, and the more I tried to understand, the more questions I had. By the end of the trip, I still had no answers. I never heard from the travel agency again, and no one at my company could provide an explanation. It was as if the trip had been erased from everyone's memory, except for me. I returned home feeling as though I had just participated in some elaborate ruse with no purpose or end in sight. The itinerary had led me through a series of appointments, interactions, and events, but none of it had felt real. It was as if I had been an actor playing a part in someone else's story. To this day, I have no idea who arranged that trip or why. I can't find any trace of communication that would explain it, and no one at the company or in my personal life seems to know anything about it. All I have are the memories of a business trip I never booked, to places I never intended to visit, with people I never planned to meet, and the unanswered question that lingers in my mind: who was behind it all? Story 19. It was an ordinary afternoon when my phone buzzed, breaking the silence of the room. I glanced at the screen to see an unknown number flashing. Normally, I would have ignored it, assuming it was just another telemarketer or a wrong number. But something about this call felt different. There was a strange urgency to the ring, a sense that I might be missing something important. Curiosity got the best of me, and I pressed the green button to answer. "Hello?" I said, unsure of what to expect. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a strange, almost robotic voice. "This line isn't secure," the voice said, cold and matter-of-fact. I froze, the words echoing in my mind. What did that mean? Who was calling? And why were they telling me the line wasn't secure? Before I could respond, the call abruptly ended. The line went dead, leaving me standing there, staring at my phone in confusion. I felt a rush of unease sweep over me. Who had just called? And what did they mean by the line isn't secure? I had never received a call like this before. I quickly checked the number that had appeared on my screen, but it was unfamiliar, just a string of digits with no obvious connection to anyone I knew. I hesitated for a moment, debating whether or not to call the number back, but something told me that wouldn't be a good idea. Instead, I sat down, trying to make sense of what had just happened. As I pondered the call, my mind raced with questions. Was it some kind of prank? The voice had sounded distant, almost mechanical, which made me wonder if it was a recording rather than a real person. But then again, the warning about the line being insecure sounded far too serious to be a joke. Had I been hacked? Was someone trying to access my personal information? The more I thought about it, the more unsettling the situation became. I decided to look up the number online, hoping to find any trace of who might have called. There were no clear results, just a few forum posts from people who had received similar mysterious calls. Some claimed it was a glitch, while others speculated it was a scam or a government warning. None of the theories made any sense to me, and none of them offered any real answers. It only deepened my feeling of confusion and paranoia. What was the purpose of that strange message? And why me? The next few days were filled with an undercurrent of unease. I kept checking my phone, almost obsessively, expecting another call from the same unknown number. But nothing came. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that I was somehow being pulled into something larger than I understood. Every time my phone rang, my heart would race as I quickly glanced at the number, hoping it wouldn't be the same one. But each time it was a different caller. a different unknown number. The fear of another cryptic message began to consume me. I tried to distract myself from the mounting anxiety by going about my usual routine, but it was difficult to focus. I kept thinking back to the words, "This line isn't secure." What did that mean? Was it a warning about a threat? Was someone monitoring my calls? Was I in danger? I couldn't help but feel that there was something more to it, something I wasn't seeing, something beyond the simple message. My mind kept circling back to the same question, why me? It wasn't long before I started noticing strange things happening around me. It was subtle at first, tiny glitches in the technology I used every day. My computer would freeze at odd times, my internet connection would cut out for no apparent reason, and sometimes I'd hear strange sounds coming from my phone even when no one was on the other end. I told myself it was just coincidence, that I was imagining things, but the more it happened, the more I became convinced something was wrong. Something connected to that call, to the warning about the unsecured line. One evening I decided to visit a friend for some much-needed distraction. As I sat with them, trying to forget about the strange happenings, I found myself scanning the room for any sign of surveillance. I was no longer sure what I was looking for: hidden cameras, microphones, anything. I realized then how paranoid I had become. The call had triggered something in me, something that I couldn't shake. I had never been someone to worry about being watched or listened to, but now I couldn't help but feel like I was under some sort of scrutiny. After that night, I began to keep a record of every strange occurrence, hoping to make sense of it all. The next day I received another call from an unknown number, but this time I didn't answer. Instead, I let it go to voicemail, hoping to gather more information. When I listened to the voicemail, there was nothing but silence. A long, drawn-out pause before the call ended abruptly. No message, no warning, just silence. That night, I researched encryption and online security, trying to understand what had happened. Could it be that someone was trying to hack into my life, tapping into my phone line? Or was the call part of something larger, a warning of some kind? I read about various methods of digital surveillance, from government monitoring to criminal activity, and the more I learned, the more the situation seemed to spiral out of control. It felt as though I was no longer in control of my own life, as though I had been thrust into a shadowy world that I didn't understand. Days turned into weeks, and the calls stopped coming. I couldn't say I was relieved, though. The silence was almost worse than the calls themselves. It was as if the threat had simply gone underground, waiting for the right moment to resurface. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the warning from the mysterious caller had been just the beginning. I decided to change my number, hoping that it would give me some peace of mind. But even with a new phone number, the feeling of being watched never truly went away. The strange occurrences continued, small things at first, objects out of place, strange emails, and odd sounds on the phone line. It was as though the world around me had subtly shifted, as though I were no longer alone in my own life. The call from the unknown number, with its chilling message, had opened a door to something I couldn't understand. It had left me with more questions than answers, with no clear explanation for what was happening. And though the calls had stopped, I couldn't help but feel that I was no longer the same person I was before that moment. The line may not have been secure, but the fear and uncertainty that followed were more real than anything I had ever known. Story 20. It was a quiet evening as I walked through the city streets, enjoying the calm after a long day. The sky had just begun to darken, and the streetlights flickered on one by one. I wasn't in a rush, just taking my time and soaking in the peaceful atmosphere. As I passed a row of storefronts, I noticed the reflection of myself in the window of a small cafe. For a split second, I glanced over at my own image, but something about it caught my attention. The reflection lingered, just a fraction longer than I did, as if it was holding on to the moment after I had already moved on. I stopped for a moment, blinking in confusion. My reflection should have moved in sync with me, but it didn't. It hung there, just a few extra seconds after I had already continued walking. I turned back, thinking I had imagined it, but there was no mistaking what I had seen. The reflection of me was still there, staring back at me with the same expression I had when I first glanced at the window. I stood frozen for a moment, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Had I somehow missed something? Was it possible that there was someone else standing behind me, or was it just a trick of the light? I took a deep breath and continued walking, trying to shake off the eerie feeling that had crept up on me. It could have been a glitch in the glass, or some odd reflection from the lights. Maybe my eyes were just tired, and I had seen things differently for a brief moment. But as I walked, I couldn't help but replay the event in my mind. I thought about how my reflection had been perfectly still for those extra seconds, as though it wasn't attached to me at all. It felt unnatural, as if something had been slightly off, like a shadow that lingered too long in the wrong place. I pushed the thought aside, trying to convince myself that it was nothing more than an odd optical illusion. There was no reason to jump to conclusions or let my imagination run wild. But the more I tried to dismiss it, the more unsettling it became. I began to wonder if something was wrong with the window itself, some kind of defect or imperfection in the glass that caused the reflection to behave in an odd way. I turned around again to examine the window, but there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. The reflection was gone, and it appeared like any other window, reflecting the dimming sky and the distant lights. As I walked on, I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't entirely alone in my thoughts. Something had felt strange about the way my reflection had behaved. It was as if it had a life of its own, separate from me, lingering on longer than it should have. I thought about the possibility that I was simply overthinking it, that perhaps the angle of the window or the fading light had caused the effect. Yet, I couldn't completely dismiss the feeling that I had experienced something more than just a fleeting moment of confusion. I tried to distract myself by focusing on other things, hoping the unease would fade. The hum of the city around me, the people walking by, the distant sounds of traffic, all of these things should have brought me back to the present. But instead, I felt a growing sense of discomfort. It wasn't just the reflection itself that bothered me. It was the sense that something had been watching me, that my own reflection had not been as passive as I had once thought. Had I somehow made a mistake in my perception of reality, or was there something more going on? I couldn't tell. The next day I passed by the same cafe again, wondering if the window might give me an answer. I hesitated for a moment before looking into the reflection again. This time I made sure to watch carefully, waiting for any sign that might explain what had happened. As I walked past, my reflection moved with me, just as it should. There was no strange pause, no lingering moment where it stayed behind. Everything appeared normal, and for a brief moment, I felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it had all been in my head, a simple moment of confusion or a trick of the light that I had exaggerated in my mind. Yet, as I walked further down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The memory of that lingering reflection stayed with me, unshakable and persistent. I tried to push it away, telling myself that it was just a fluke, that nothing unusual had happened. But deep down, I knew that something had been different. I had seen my reflection act in a way that defied logic, something that didn't sit right with me. And as I went about my day, the question lingered in my mind: what had really happened in that moment by the window? Story 21. It had been a quiet afternoon when I decided to visit the library, something I hadn't done in a while. I was looking for something to occupy my time, something to read that would allow me to escape the mundanity of my routine. As I wandered through the aisles, the familiar scent of paper and old books filled the air, comforting me in ways I hadn't anticipated. I didn't have a specific book in mind, but my eyes scanned the shelves until one title caught my attention. The cover was simple, with no flashy graphics or bold text, but something about it intrigued me. I picked it up and, without a second thought, walked over to the checkout counter to borrow it. The book was a novel, a mix of mystery and drama, the kind I could easily get lost in. I didn't know much about it, but the title promised an adventure, so I thought I would give it a try. Once I got home, I sank into my favorite chair, eager to begin reading. The words on the pages were smooth, flowing effortlessly, and soon enough, I was deeply immersed in the world the author had created. It was one of those books that seemed to pull you in, where the hours flew by without you noticing. But then, something strange happened as I turned to a page near the middle. I was halfway through the novel when I noticed a yellow highlight on a passage in the book. At first, I thought it might have been some sort of mistake, that perhaps a previous reader had marked something important. But when I read the passage, my stomach dropped. The words seemed to describe my life at that very moment, as if the author had somehow known exactly what I was going through. The highlighted passage read, "In the quiet of the evening, when the weight of the world feels unbearable, the protagonist wonders if they are truly living their own life, or if someone else is pulling the strings, guiding their every move." I froze. I hadn't told anyone about the inner turmoil I had been experiencing lately. There were moments when I felt as though I was going through the motions, living a life that wasn't really my own, and the weight of that uncertainty had been growing heavier with each passing day. And yet, here it was, written on the page in front of me, exactly what I had been feeling. The coincidence was too much for me to dismiss as simply chance. How could a book, written by someone I had never met, so perfectly mirror my thoughts, my struggles, my fears? I turned the page, still trying to process the unnerving realization that the author seemed to understand something about me, something I hadn't even fully articulated to myself. I tried to tell myself it was just a fluke, that it was merely a vague coincidence. But as I kept reading, it became increasingly apparent that this wasn't just a random passage. The story that followed continued to echo my own life in ways that were hard to ignore. The protagonist, like me, had felt trapped in a cycle they couldn't break, questioning whether they were truly making their own decisions or if someone or something was influencing them. The more I read, the more my unease grew. I began to wonder if it was possible that the author had somehow tapped into something universal, something everyone could relate to. Or perhaps, I thought, there was more to it than just the words on the page. Maybe there was some deeper connection between the book and my life that I couldn't quite understand. Could it be that the book was written for me, or was I just reading too much into it? I tried to shake off the thought, but the feeling lingered like a shadow, following me through the rest of the chapters. The story continued to mirror my own situation in unsettling ways. The protagonist found themselves in a similar emotional state, torn between the desire for change and the fear of what that change might bring. They were questioning their choices, unable to shake the feeling that they were being manipulated by unseen forces. It felt like I was reading a reflection of my own life, one that I couldn't escape. The more I read, the more I became convinced that this was no ordinary book. It was as if the author had somehow known what I was going through, and had written it into the story to help me make sense of it all. At one point, the protagonist in the book made a decision that changed the course of their life. They chose to step away from the predictable, safe path they had been following to take control of their own fate. As I read this, I felt a surge of hope, as if the book was telling me that I too could change, that I wasn't stuck in a life I didn't want. The idea of taking control, of breaking free from the feeling of being trapped, was a powerful one. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how difficult that choice would be for me in my own life. The book seemed to offer a solution, a way out, but the reality was far more complex. Could I really make a change? Was I capable of breaking free from the uncertainty that had defined my life for so long? I couldn't stop thinking about the book. The highlighted passage kept replaying in my mind, echoing the feelings I had been grappling with for weeks. It was as though the author had somehow reached into my soul and understood exactly what I was going through. How was this possible? Could it be that I had stumbled upon the perfect book at the perfect time? Or was there something more at play here? I didn't know. But the eerie sensation that I was somehow being guided by this story, that it was offering me answers I didn't even know I was looking for, became impossible to ignore. As the evening wore on, I put the book down and sat in silence, reflecting on the strange connection between the words on the page and my own life. It was as though the book had been written just for me, as if the author had somehow tapped into the very essence of my being. The highlighted passage was no longer just a coincidence, it had become a message, a sign that I needed to pay attention to. I didn't know what it meant yet, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. The next day, I returned to the library, unsure of what I was looking for. Part of me wanted to find another book that might offer more answers, more insight into what I had just experienced. But another part of me felt a strange reluctance, as though the book one had borrowed had already given me all I needed to know. I walked down the aisles, unsure of what to do next. But deep down, I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't look at the world the same way again. The book had shown me something I hadn't been able to see on my own, and now I was left with the task of figuring out what to do with the knowledge it had given me. Story 22. The day started like any other. I woke up early to the sound of my alarm ringing, signaling the start of a busy workday. I quickly showered, grabbed a cup of coffee, and began to prepare for the tasks ahead. As usual, I didn't think much of my phone, keeping it nearby in case I received any important notifications or messages. As I scrolled through emails and social media updates, I noticed a new text message pop up on my screen. It was from an unsaved number. At first, I didn't think much of it. I assumed it might be a promotional message, or perhaps a reminder from a service I had signed up for recently. However, when I opened the message, my stomach dropped. The text simply read, "Why did you leave me?" There was no context, no explanation, and most unsettling of all, it was from an unknown number, someone I didn't recognize. The message felt oddly personal, as if it were intended specifically for me, and it made me feel uneasy. It was almost like a question I hadn't heard in years, one that was tied to a time in my life that I had long tried to forget. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Who could this be? It couldn't be a coincidence that someone was sending me this kind of message. The words felt too pointed, too familiar. I had to admit that they brought back memories of a relationship I had ended a long time ago, a relationship that had left both of us hurt and confused. I hadn't heard from that person in years, and the idea that they might still be holding on to feelings from the past sent a shiver down my spine. For a moment, I considered texting back, asking who they were and what they meant by the message. But something stopped me. It didn't feel right to engage with someone who was reaching out in such an ambiguous way. My curiosity was at war with my instincts, which told me that responding might only lead to more questions and confusion. I wondered how they had gotten my number in the first place. I had been careful about who I shared my contact information with, and there was no reason why an old acquaintance would be reaching out now, especially in such an emotional way. I decided to ignore the text for the time being, but as the day went on, I found myself thinking about it more and more. What if it really was someone from my past, someone I had hurt? Was this their way of reaching out, trying to reopen old wounds? The message seemed to imply something deeper, as though the person was waiting for an explanation. It felt like they had been stewing over my departure for all these years, carrying that hurt with them. But why now? Why after all this time? I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping over me. The text had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. It was unsettling, not just because of the words, but because of the unknown sender. Who would reach out after so long with such an emotionally charged question? There were so many unanswered questions, and I knew that no matter how much I tried to avoid it, I wouldn't be able to stop thinking about the message. As the hours passed, I found myself more distracted than usual. My mind kept wandering back to that simple, yet haunting, question, "Why did you leave me?" It felt as though the words were following me, repeating themselves in my thoughts. The message seemed to taunt me, reminding me of the reasons I had left behind, reasons that I had long buried in my past. But this text, this mysterious message, had resurfaced those emotions in a way I couldn't escape. That evening, after a long and tiring day, I finally decided to open my phone again. I told myself I would just glance at the text and maybe delete it, to put an end to the unsettling feeling that had been haunting me all day. But when I checked, there was nothing more. No follow-up message, no explanation, just that one cryptic question. It was as though the sender had decided to leave me in suspense, offering nothing more than the question itself. It felt like an unfinished story, one that I would never be able to resolve. I couldn't help but wonder if the message was a mistake, if perhaps the sender had intended to send it to someone else. But the more I thought about it, the less that explanation made sense. The words felt too personal, too specific to my own life. I had no reason to believe anyone else would be receiving a message like this, not unless they had been through something similar in the past. The whole situation felt bizarre, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow meant for me. The more I reflected on it, the more it seemed like a message from my past trying to resurface, a ghost from a time long gone. It made me wonder if the person who had sent it had been unable to move on, still clinging to the unresolved feelings from years ago. And if that was the case, why had they chosen to reach out now, after all this time? I didn't have any answers, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down on me. I debated whether I should try to trace the number, find out who it was, and try to get some closure. But deep down, I knew that doing so would only open a door I wasn't ready to walk through. Some parts of my past were better left undisturbed, and I feared that responding to the message would only drag me back into a situation I had already moved on from. I didn't want to revisit old hurts, especially if they were things I couldn't change. In the end, I chose to ignore the text entirely, but the question lingered in my mind. Why did I leave them? It wasn't a question I had ever expected to be asked again, and yet it was one I couldn't easily answer. I had my reasons for ending the chapter of my life, reasons that were deeply personal and complicated. But seeing that message made me question whether I had really dealt with everything, or if I had simply pushed it aside in order to move on. Days turned into weeks, and I heard nothing more from the unsaved number. The message seemed to fade from my thoughts, but I could never fully forget about it. It was as if that one cryptic text had reopened a part of me that I wasn't ready to confront. I never did respond, and part of me wondered if I ever would. But the question, "Why did you leave me?" remained a silent echo in my mind, a reminder that some unanswered questions never fully go away. Story 23. I had just entered the restroom, expecting a brief moment of privacy before returning to my work. The day had been hectic, full of meetings and small tasks that seemed to pile up one after the other. I quickly made my way to the nearest stall, eager to take care of business and get back to the grind. When I finished and washed my hands, I turned to use the hand dryer like I always did. But as soon as I pressed the button, something strange happened. The hand dryer started up immediately, but instead of the usual brief blast of air, it continued running with an intensity that caught me off guard. I thought at first that it was just a malfunction, that it would turn off in a few seconds like it normally did. But it didn't. I stood there slightly confused, watching as the dryer hummed loudly, blowing air in a steady stream. I tried pressing the button again, hoping that maybe it just needed to be reset, but nothing happened. The dryer was stuck, running as if it had a mind of its own. I glanced around the restroom, wondering if anyone else had noticed. There were no other people in sight, and the hum of the dryer was beginning to feel almost oppressive, as if it was deliberately trying to make itself known. My first instinct was to leave, but I hesitated. It seemed odd. Why wouldn't it turn off? Surely it was just a malfunction, right? I decided to wait a moment longer, giving the machine a chance to stop. But still, it kept blowing air at full force, louder now, almost to the point where it was uncomfortable. I walked over to the wall, looking for any way to stop the dryer. There were no visible switches or buttons that I could press to turn it off, and the noise was starting to make my head throb. It felt like the hand dryer was actively ignoring my attempts to make it stop. I stepped back and tried to reason with myself, thinking that maybe it was just a glitch. But something about the whole situation felt wrong. It wasn't like any malfunction I had ever experienced before. There was a strange persistence to it, like it was designed to keep going until I was forced to leave. The dryer's noise seemed to fill the room completely, drowning out all other sounds. I checked the time on my phone. Only a few minutes had passed since I'd first turned on the dryer, but it felt much longer. I started to feel a sense of urgency, as though the dryer was pushing me to leave. It was an odd feeling, but it was growing stronger the longer I stood there. I took a deep breath and tried to steady myself, telling myself it was just a faulty machine. But there was a nagging thought in the back of my mind that this was no ordinary malfunction. It was as though something was intentionally keeping me there. I looked back at the dryer, and for a split second, it felt like the machine was staring back at me. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's exactly how it felt. The light above the dryer flickered once, casting strange shadows across the room, and then the air pressure seemed to increase. It was harder to stand near it, as if the dryer was creating some sort of invisible barrier, forcing me away from it. My heart started to race, and a chill ran down my spine. I had to get out of there. Without thinking further, I grabbed a paper towel, wiped my hands, and hurried to the door. As soon as I stepped out of the restroom, the dryer stopped. The noise cut off immediately, leaving behind an eerie silence. I glanced back at the restroom, half expecting the dryer to turn on again, but nothing happened. It was as if the moment I left, the machine had no further use for me. I stood there for a moment, taking a few deep breaths to calm myself, trying to shake off the lingering feeling that I had just experienced something out of the ordinary. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Why wouldn't the dryer turn off until I left? And why had it felt so intentional? It didn't make sense. I kept replaying the events in my mind, trying to rationalize it. It could have been a technical issue, I told myself, a malfunction that triggered the machine to keep running. But the longer I thought about it, the more convinced I became that there was something strange about the whole situation. The way the machine had persisted, the way it had made me feel like I had to leave, none of it felt random. I told a few of my coworkers about it later in the day, hoping for some explanation. But they all just laughed, assuming I had just encountered a broken machine. One of them even suggested that I was probably just tired and overthinking things. Maybe they were right. Maybe I had read too much into it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. The way the machine had ignored my attempts to turn it off, the way it had made me feel so unnerved it felt deliberate, like I was being forced to leave for some reason. As the day wore on, I tried to push the experience out of my mind, but it lingered, always in the back of my thoughts. Every time I walked past the restroom, I couldn't help but glance over at the door, half expecting the dryer to start up again. I even found myself hesitating before entering the restroom, wondering if something would happen if I did. Rationally, I knew it was just a machine malfunction, but part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was at play. The next time I went to the gym, I couldn't help but check the restroom again. I stood in front of the hand dryer for a moment, almost waiting for it to turn on by itself, but it remained still. It was just a regular dryer, and nothing unusual happened that time. But I couldn't stop myself from feeling a little uneasy every time I walked past it. I didn't know what had happened the first time I used it, but something about the experience had shifted my perception. The gym had always felt like a place where I could focus on my workout and clear my mind. Now, every time I walked in, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, or worse, that I was being made to stay somewhere I didn't want to be. I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to the incident than I realized. Maybe the hand dryer had malfunctioned in a completely ordinary way. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something that had a deeper meaning. All I knew was that I would never look at that dryer the same way again. It had become a symbol of something strange, something that I couldn't fully understand. And every time I walked past it, I couldn't help but wonder if it would start up again, just for me. Story 24. It was a quiet morning when I noticed the notification on my phone. My fitness tracker, a device I had received as a gift but never used, had synced itself with my account. This alone was strange, as I hadn't even bothered to charge it in months, let alone wear it. The notification informed me about steps I had supposedly taken at 2 a.m, a time when I was certainly fast asleep. I stared at the screen, confused and slightly unsettled. How could a tracker I never used record activity? At first, I thought it might be a glitch. Technology wasn't infallible, and perhaps the tracker had malfunctioned. But the more I looked at the details, the more unnerving it became. The notification wasn't just a generic message about steps. It provided a detailed log. According to the tracker, I had walked over 1,000 steps in the early hours of the morning, pacing through what seemed to be several rooms of my house. The data was eerily specific, listing distances, and even tracking what it referred to as consistent movement patterns. I immediately went to find the tracker, unsure of what I would discover. It was exactly where I had left it, in a drawer in my desk, completely untouched. When I picked it up, it didn't even turn on. The battery had long since died, as I expected. I held it in my hand, staring at the lifeless screen and wondering how it could have possibly recorded anything. My heart began to race as I considered the implications. If I hadn't worn the tracker, who or what had? I checked my phone again, diving deeper into the app's records. The data showed movement within the house, specifically around the living room, kitchen, and hallway. It even recorded a climb in elevation, suggesting someone had gone up the stairs to the second floor. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized this movement was consistent with the layout of my house. It was as though someone or something had been wandering through my home in the middle of the night. The thought made my stomach turn. I was certain I hadn't been the one to take those steps. My first instinct was to look around the house. I searched for any signs of an intruder, an open window, a door left ajar, footprints, anything that could explain the mysterious activity. But everything seemed perfectly normal. The doors were locked, the windows were secure, and there was no evidence of anyone else being inside. Still, the feeling of unease was impossible to shake. The tracker's data didn't lie. Someone or something had been moving around my home at 2 in the morning. I tried to rationalize what had happened, but the explanations I came up with didn't hold up under scrutiny. Could it have been a mistake in the app? Maybe the tracker had somehow recorded data from a nearby device, but even that didn't make sense, as the recorded steps perfectly matched the layout of my home. It was as if the tracker had been worn by someone who knew exactly where they were going, moving with purpose through the house while I slept. The thought made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside felt like a threat. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. What if someone had been in the house? What if they had found the tracker, worn it, and deliberately synced it to my account as some sort of twisted message? The idea seemed far-fetched, but I couldn't rule it out. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. Still, the sense of unease lingered. The next day, I decided to investigate further. I reached out to the customer support team for the tracker's app, explaining the situation and asking if they could verify the data. The representative I spoke with seemed confused at first, but promised to look into it. They said they would check the server logs to see if there was any unusual activity linked to my account. While I waited for a response, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. The idea that someone might have been in my home, walking through my rooms while I slept, was almost too much to bear. A few days later, I received an email from the company. They confirmed that the data was accurate, and that the steps had indeed been recorded at 2 in the morning. However, they couldn't explain how the tracker had synced itself, or why it had recorded movement when it wasn't being worn. The representative suggested it might be a rare technical glitch and apologized for any inconvenience. Their response did little to ease my concerns. If anything, it only made things worse. A glitch couldn't account for the specificity of the data or the eerie timing of the activity. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I set up cameras around the house, hoping to catch anything unusual. For several nights I kept a close watch, reviewing the footage each morning. But nothing happened. The house was quiet, the camera showed no signs of movement, and the tracker remained untouched in its drawer. It was as though the event had been a one-time anomaly, a strange and inexplicable occurrence that left more questions than answers. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that notification. The memory of it haunts me, a reminder that there are things we can't always explain. The tracker remains in the drawer, untouched and unused. I can't bring myself to wear it, not after what happened. Every time I see it, I'm reminded of those steps, those movements through my house in the dead of night. Whether it was a glitch, a prank, or something far more sinister, I may never know the truth. All I know is that the experience has left me with a lingering sense of unease, a feeling that I'm not quite as alone in my home as I once thought. Story 25. It started subtly at first, almost unnoticeable. I was in the middle of drafting an email to a colleague, a simple request for an update on a project, when I saw something that made my stomach drop. As I typed, I noticed the sent folder of my email was filling up. At first, I thought I had accidentally sent the email prematurely, but when I opened the sent messages, I was stunned. My draft was already there, sent, except it wasn't by me. The email I had been composing, with its incomplete sentences and raw thoughts, was sitting neatly in the folder, as if it had been sent at the very moment I started typing. I sat frozen in front of my screen, my fingers hovering above the keyboard, trying to comprehend what had just happened. I immediately checked the recipient list, hoping to find an explanation, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The email had been sent to the same colleague I was trying to contact. However, I had not hit send. I had barely even finished typing my message. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to figure out what was going on. Was there a technical glitch? Perhaps my email account had been hacked. I quickly checked my inbox for any suspicious signs, but there was nothing out of place. Everything seemed normal, except for this one baffling detail. The email had already been sent without my consent or action. After a few moments, I brushed it off as a strange error. Maybe it was some kind of software malfunction that made it appear as if the email was sent prematurely. I decided to move on with my day, though I couldn't shake the odd feeling gnawing at me. However, the situation escalated quickly. The next time I opened my email, I found more messages that had been sent from my account, but not by me. In fact, it was worse than that. These were replies to emails I had not yet read, let alone responded to. How could someone be replying to emails before I had even opened them? At first, I thought it might have been a mistake, some kind of automated response system I had inadvertently set up. But the replies were too specific, too personal to have been generated by any automated system. They referenced the exact details of my previous conversations, using my exact tone and vocabulary. These were replies that sounded like they came straight from my own thoughts, words I would have typed. Yet, I had never typed them. My heart raced as I clicked through the messages, reading each one carefully. Some of the replies were to emails that I hadn't even had a chance to read, let alone respond to. How could someone have known what I was thinking, what I was planning to write? I checked the sent folder again, and sure enough, there they were, dozens of emails, all replies, all sent before I could have even opened the original messages. The replies were polite, professional, even enthusiastic in some cases, but they were not for me. They were my words, but they were sent at times I could not account for, replying to messages I had not yet read. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Perhaps someone had gained access to my email account. Maybe my device had been compromised somehow. The thought that someone could be inside my personal correspondence, manipulating it in real time, made me feel vulnerable and exposed. I immediately changed my email password, hoping that it would stop the strange activity, but it didn't. The next morning, I woke up to find even more emails this time, not only replies but also new emails in my inbox, sent to people I had never communicated with. These were messages that were not in my sent folder, but they appeared in my inbox as new threads, often with subject lines that I didn't recognize. The content of these emails ranged from professional updates to casual, personal inquiries, things I had never thought to write, and certainly never sent. Yet there they were, clear as day, in my inbox. I tried to contact my email provider's customer support, but the response was less than helpful. They ran through basic troubleshooting steps, reset my account settings, and advised me to run an antivirus scan, but none of that solved the issue. Meanwhile, the emails continued to pile up, each one more disturbing than the last. They weren't just automated replies or simple responses, they were targeted, personalized messages that seemed to predict the questions I would ask, the responses I would give. It was as if someone had gained the ability to see into my future actions, anticipating them with unnerving precision. One of the replies stood out among the rest. It was a response to a professional email I had sent to a client a few days ago. I had expected a simple acknowledgement in reply, but the message I found was a full conversation, one that I had never had. It included detailed insights into the project, proposed changes, and even a suggestion for a meeting time. The tone was confident and assured, something I would have said but I hadn't. I stared at the message in disbelief. How could it be that someone was not only replying to my messages but also predicting the conversations I was going to have? As the days went on, the frequency of the emails grew. I would receive notifications on my phone of new replies, only to find that they had already been sent by the time I opened my inbox. It was as though time was moving ahead of me, the responses arriving before I could even craft the questions. My life, it seemed, was being written out before I could even live it. The emails began to take a darker turn as well. They included increasingly personal details, references to things I had only thought about, never discussed with anyone. It was as if someone was following me, reading my mind, and writing responses based on my deepest thoughts. Desperate for answers, I decided to take more drastic measures. I set up a new email account, hoping that a fresh start would stop the invasion of my privacy. But within hours of sending my first email from the new address, I noticed something terrifying. The same thing was happening. Replies were sent before I had even finished composing my messages. The